No.
That was a dog hair. So
Yeah.
Call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please, everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, good Monday morning, Monday before Turkey Day. Feels a little seasonal, at least this morning anyway. It's gonna warm up a little bit for you there, Rich.
Thursday will be better.
Okay. Well, wish you the best of luck on getting the turkey the old fashioned way, I suppose.
There you go.
Okay. We'll start off this morning with some public comments. I don't see anybody up on Zoom, so go ahead and move to the commission chamber. Anybody got anything lively to speak about this morning? No? Okay. Well, we'll go ahead then and close off the public comment section for this morning, and we'll move on to commissioner comments and start with Commissioner McKinley.
Weekend, I guess. There's one of the long ones. We actually had Thursday meetings. It's
Yeah,
only
right?
a weekend, not a full week like that's been. Not any particular county business. I watched the K-State football game, which was frustrating. And I watched the Chiefs game, which was encouraging. So, and then we started digging out the Christmas decorations. I just wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, Commissioner Foki.
Yeah, Thursday, I attended the Chamber Good Morning Manhattan meeting via Zoom here in the commission chambers. After that meeting, I had a meeting with Elizabeth Ward to discuss various matters. It was good to sit down and have a chat with her. Friday, I attended the Flint Hills Regional Planning meeting via Zoom. The agenda was very long and included the steering committee report update, review of the 2022 financial projections, and the October financial report. A discussion was held regarding changing membership dues to become more financially stable. I had to pay off the loan. There is a balance of $81,184. So they're talking an increase of 90 cents per capita per member, stakeholder member. It wasn't agreed upon at that point. A vote was taken to hire a part-time interim director for about 3 to 6 months. Authorization, they also voted to submit the EPA Brownfield Assessment Grant and to develop a Good Jobs Challenge grant application. The call went past 3 hours, and it's normally 2. So I was unable to stay on much longer than that. That what was left was a community update section, so I did get in on that. That afternoon, I met with county attorney on various matters and also had a meeting, which was very productive, with Julie Gibbs of the Raleigh County Health Department. Saturday, I went to the football game at the Bill Snyder Family Stadium. I was disappointed with the outcome. Hopefully, the final game this week will have much better results. So that's it for me.
Okay, well, I didn't have a overly long last few days either, I guess. Thursday afternoon, post-meeting, I was invited by Reed Petty, who's the district director for Congressman Tracy Mann. Head over to the Manhattan Rotary Club's afternoon luncheon. I was up at the country club. Was able to chat and network with a lot of people from within the community over the noon hour, and former K-State football coach Bill Snyder was on hand to chat and answer some questions, and got a signed copy of his new book written by D. Scott. We're thinking we might be, the book didn't come out officially till tomorrow, so it's on pre-order. They had some copies there. The author was there himself too, and we were able to get that signed and added to the collection. So yeah, I had a chance to talk to Coach and some really interesting answers to some really, really good questions. Really enjoyed the event, and certainly appreciate everything that the Rotarians do for the community in the area. So Also Thursday afternoon, I had my bi-monthly meeting with the Riley County Mental Health Task Force. Topics of discussion were an update from the practice and stabilization units and the RCPD County Mental Health co-responders. Brendan Haverkamp kind of overseeing that and is kind of the director now of the stabilization unit. So it's some interesting graphs and some breakdowns over the last 2 years since, well, it's been 2 years since the stabilization unit started. So it's good stuff. Maggie Rassett gave an update from Ascension Via Christi. Discussion on the city of Manhattan's housing committee work was had. And Becky Woodward, Pawnee Mental Health's chief clinical officer, discussed some of their work and efforts as well. A couple other people were supposed to pop up, weren't on the call, so we'll have to probably catch up with them again in January of 2022 after we get past the holidays and the new year. As for me, I watched the K-State Baylor game Saturday afternoon as well. Was disappointed with the game, particularly on senior day, and particularly with the senior class. They've been through a lot, not just a pandemic, but coaching change, many transfers, all kinds of stuff. Deal with adversity, but would like to see them get the victory on senior day at home, to say the least. Hopefully we'll get back healthy, up to date, confident again, and come back and beat Texas and Austin. That'd be great. So other than that, that's all I've got this morning.
Ready for business?
Yep.
First item we have is appraiser website contract with Steve Shakett.
This is similar to the real estate deal that we approved. The appraisal.
It's the same as like Charleston Wilson has. It gives them an advanced level of online access to our real estate data. They pay for it. They pay for this service. It's more than the public gets.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Need a motion, please.
Excuse me, I moved to approve the real estate sales data search agreement with for Steve Shakett Appraisals.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on approval of the appraiser website contract with Steve Shakett from Shakett Appraisal Company. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman signs, please.
Okay.
Next, 2021 equipment and vehicle internet auction to sell excess personal property.
What is the percentage that we pay them?
That I
Do not know off the top of my head. Usually the contract will set that out at some point.
Yeah, I thought it. This isn't really the contract.
It's the notice of intent to sell. No, it is not
Intent to
the
sell.
contract. It's just a publication that we legally have to. John, do you know how much what the percentage is for the auction? What they get?
Purple wave, I think it's 10 or 20. Can't remember which one. It's not in the message.
This is just
a notice of intent to sell. This isn't the contract.
That was it for. You don't actually pay the buyer's fee.
Yeah, buyers.
We don't pay the buyer fee.
Oh, the buyer pays it?
Yes,
Yeah, I was just curious to see what they charge. So, I would make a motion to approve and sign the notice of intent to sell.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been approved and seconded for notice of intent to sell for 2021 equipment and vehicle internet auction. All those in favor?
Aye.
All three sign, please. It's like got purple waves under auctions. I think it is 10%. I have purchased something off that was an additional 10%. Next, I have CIP authorization form for all of those items listed, board approved last Thursday. Need a motion.
I move to approve and sign the CIP authorization forms approved on November 18th, 2021.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on CIP authorizations for November 2021. It says 2018.
Yeah.
Work sessions there. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman gets the pleasure of signing all of those.
That's not too bad.
Just
18.
Yeah. That's not more than that. Just 18. All these documents are officially legal. Relatively unlivable.
Only one person has to sign those, so that's lucky.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
until next year.
Yeah. I can still holler about you.
Right around the corner.
Someone feel the stuff done there.
Yeah. That's a good strategy.
Next, I need a motion to amend the CIP project for the Wildcat Park Bridge replacement.
I move to approve the CIP, amended CIP for Wildcat Park Bridge replacement.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the CIP project for Wildcat Creek Park Bridge replacement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman sign, please. Next, I need a motion for the Ashland Fire Station special use permit.
Why just Ashland? Why not University Park too?
I'm still working with Clancy too, and University Park, what's the proper term? Homeowner Association or community?
It's board of trustees probably.
Well, it'd be their board.
Yeah,
Board.
University Park Board.
Oh, okay.
We're still working out the contract with swapping the fire station for their piece of property they're giving us to put the fire station on. And then talking to zoning and planning, it sounds like it may have to be replatted. And so we just aren't to that point yet.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Make a motion to approve the special use permit application for the property of the new Ashland Fire Station is to be built on.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the application for a special use permit for the Ashland Fire Station. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Chairman, sign please.
Thanks.
Thanks, Russell.
Owner, huh?
Owner,
I don't know if I want to own a fire station.
come with the fire truck.
Okay, never mind, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
He's the fire truck, so.
Never mind, I stand corrected.
You drive around the neighborhood and pick up all the
Uh-huh,
kids.
yeah.
That one's even cooler. Next, I need a motion for the 2022 Special Alcohol Fund Grant Agreement, Riley County Court Services Probation. Need a motion, please.
I move to approve the 2022 Special Alcohol Fund Grant Agreement with the City of Manhattan.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on the 2022 Special Alcohol Fund Grant Agreement with the City of Manhattan for Riley County Court Services. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, sign please.
We'll have to sign anything till like next Thursday. Sign it, so that's not gonna come in there.
Next, pie over Thanksgiving to build up your carbs.
Yeah.
So you got energy to do it next
Yeah.
week. Thank you. Next, Commissioners, need a motion to approve the 2022 Special Alcohol Fund Grant Agreement with City of Manhattan for Riley County Community Corrections Adult Services.
What's the difference in this one, the other one?
Other one's juvenile.
The other one's juvenile. Oh, okay. I was about to say. Move to approve the Adult Services City Alcohol Grant Agreement.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the city alcohol grant, adult city alcohol grant agreement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman, please. Next, I need a motion to approve the 2022 Special Alcohol Fund Grant Agreement with the City of Manhattan for Riley County Community Corrections Juvenile Services.
I'd move to approve the juvenile services city alcohol grant agreement.
And second that.
It's been moved and seconded on the 2022 juvenile city alcohol grant agreement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman, please. Next, commissioners need a motion for the fiscal year 2022 first quarter line item adjustments to be submitted to KDOC.
Is that the corrections?
Kansas
Okay.
Community Corrections.
Okay. I would make a motion to approve the enclosed line item adjustments to be submitted to the KDOC.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the 2022 first quarter line item adjustments to the Kansas Department of Corrections. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please. Hey, Shelley.
Oh, I didn't even see her back there.
Good thing you didn't say anything.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you.
Kept us busy today.
Yeah.
Us.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I had to hand that thing back and forth.
Okay, enough.
Next, I need a motion to approve proclamation for Small Business Saturday, November 27th, 2021.
I would make a motion to approve a proclamation for Small Business Saturday, November 27th, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the signature of proclamation for Small Business Saturday, November 27th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
All three, please.
Need to sign it, don't you? Sign.
Ready for the minutes when the board is?
Everybody have their minutes up and ready to go?
Mhm.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start off with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6.
Doing something on page 6. Rich, on page 6, number 16,
Okay.
under Amanda Smeller, Planning Development Director, the second paragraph, the sentence beginning, Smeller stated the goals for the regulations to become effective January 1, 2021. I was not here, but I'd be willing to bet that's 2021 should be 2022.
You are correct. Thank you.
Sure.
Good catch.
And then that same page, further down, the same number 16. Sentence beginning, the board asks for staff to schedule an addition meeting.
AL,
Yeah,
thank you.
sure, that's it.
And just for the record, I was on page 6, not page 8.
Yeah.
Did I say 8? I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Okay.
We got it fixed.
Well, don't listen to me. Do what needs to be done.
He knows paragraphs, not pages.
You're
Give him
before
a
your
break.
time.
I guess so.
All good. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Sure.
Are we good on page 7? Okay, we got changes on page 8, so that's good. And then lastly, page 9.
I move to approve the amended minutes for November 18, 2021 meeting.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the minutes amended from November 18th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On the tentative agendas, commissioners,
Good.
any items for next week's press conference?
I don't have anything. Of course, I'll be pretty sure. There's a slim chance I may not be leaving for Kentucky tomorrow, but zooming in Monday's meeting from some various location I choose.
Next, commissioners, 9 o'clock, you have Tammy Robinson, present the 2021 budget amendments.
Okay, Tammy, you're up.
Right. Good morning, Commissioners. Tammy Robinson, Budget and Finance Officer. I'm here with the 2021 budget amendments. Just to give you a quick briefing, the authority for amending a budget fund or funds is found in the Kansas statutes. It is subject to the same publication, notice, and public hearing requirements as the original budget that was published. And in order to have an increase, you have to balance by previously unbudgeted increases in revenue, not including ad valorem tax. So we'll have this today and I will publish this in the paper. I have the hearing scheduled for December 13th, 2021 at 9:55 a.m. here in the Commission chambers. You can see the funds that I have proposed to amend, which is RCPD, the disaster fund, and the CDBG fund, both of which were not budgeted because we did not have those to account for at the time the budget was originally approved. The bond and interest fund, and that's largely due to the 2021 refinancing. And the radio infrastructure project fund, again, we didn't budget that because we expected it to have been complete and we held over some dollars. So we're spending those in 2021. The health department, again, that's from largely the COVID funds and the costs that they have incurred in order to keep the county running with COVID. The rural fire district and the rural fire district capital outlay fund is due to Russell making adjustments so that he can change his transfer amount. And in order to do that in the capital outlay fund, you have to do the other fund that it's coming from. County building, and that's just basically in case we would need it for encumbrances at the end of the year. And same with solid waste. And then we have the fire station projects fund, and we just have a little bit of money remaining, about $1,100 in there that can be transferred over into the fire fund. And then the Fairmont Heights Sewer Fund. And again, that was closing out the project, and actually we had expected it to be done prior to this time. So we had more costs. Again, I just want to make sure that we let you as well as the public know that ad valorem tax is not affected by any of these amendments. All it does is allow the cash that's already in the account to be spent, or at least have the authority to spend from the original budget. Are there any questions on any of those or concerns?
And the RCPD fund, I just had a few questions, if you could explain, like, if they get motor vehicle tax, or these things that they spend, or they're going to be spending, it has watercraft vehicle rental excise tax.
They're a levied fund. And so because they're a levied fund, all of those taxes that come through are split between our 4 levied funds.
Okay.
And so they get a percentage of that. And that is a calculated percentage that Shiloh gets from the state numbers.
Okay.
But they get the same levy distribution that all others do in Shiloh, when the treasurer's office does the distributions. And for motor vehicle, it's based on 2 years back mill levy. Not many of those distributions, that's state law. I'd like to point out to commissioners, everything that's listed as a capital project fund, once again, it's good, especially for, I think, the new commissioners understand that Riley County for decades has gone above and beyond what's legally required to publish a budget, more for our audit, and we're not statutorily required to budget for capital project funds, but Riley County has for decades now.
Didn't look like it was a very, very large difference to begin with, $180,000 or something.
Right. And that was mainly the difference of what cash came in at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Because we had budgeted to spend all the dollars for their radios that they had provided the funds for. They haven't spent all of those and they have
Okay.
not asked for those funds back. So this is just giving us the authority if they ask before the end of the year that we can give that cash back to them. I have talked to their finance person and she is aware of it. So I'm just waiting for them to ask for those dollars back or to spend them, whichever comes first.
And I think that's key to understand too. Well, some of those increases that Tammy shows us a lot, it's worst case scenario. All of those monies won't get spent that budget amendments are up to. It's just that way we don't have to come back in an emergency situation to the board and say, oh, we need more money. Tammy has a good policy where she just budgets the total amount available in case it's needed. That does not mean it will be spent, which I think is important for the commissioners and taxpayers to understand.
So if it's not spent, then it goes back into the general fund?
No.
23?
No, none of these funds go back into the general fund unless you provide that direction for it to be done. And there's only certain ones that can go back to the general fund, but not all of them.
So they stay within the department?
Right. So that's one of the reasons, like on RCPD. So they had cash at the beginning of the year that I had not anticipated from the 2020 budget because it wasn't spent. So it increased their cash coming in. And so now it's just giving us the authority to get rid of that cash if we have to, if RCPD requests their dollars back that we had reserved for those radios.
Makes sense.
Are there any other questions?
If not, needing a motion to approve this budget, commissioners.
Approve it to be published in the newspaper for the notice for the public hearing.
And that date was again.
December 13th.
My blank, I didn't have anything for a minute there.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to publish the notice for public hearing in the Mercury for Monday, December 13th at 9 or 10 a.m. Yes, okay. Make a motion for the notice of hearing for the amendment to be published in the Mercury at least 10 days prior to the hearing, which is scheduled for Monday, December 13th at 9:55 a.m.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on a publication for the 2021 budget amendment to take place on December 13th. All those in favor?
Aye.
I
Thank
will
you, Tammy.
be back with the cash flows a little later.
Busy day. Next, commissioners 9:15, we have Lori Feldkamp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you, Sam. And good morning, Sam. How are you? Good. Good.
Go to the station and watch the meeting Thursday.
Do what?
I decided to go into the station and watch the meeting on Thursday, because I didn't get done until 2:30.
Oh, yeah.
What's, I hadn't heard what's going on there.
They're talking about changing the mascot again.
Oh, yeah, I heard. The one thing that wanted to address it, some she originally wrote an article way back when she was in high school on it. Yeah.
She's 2 years ahead of me. So.
Okay, so it wasn't a recent publication.
No. Early, yeah, 93, 94, somewhere in there.
Which one was that?
Kristen Bryden. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we were on the debate squad together, but never had class, so.
It's definitely an issue to debate.
And continue on.
Somebody was, I hadn't had a chance to read it, but somebody said our former principal at the time wrote an article in favor of keeping it, so.
Oh, yeah,
just
there's
gonna-
a- there's a
we're just
full
gonna-
page- There's a full
Is that what
page
it
in the
was?
Mercury by a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
the amount of time and effort that we invest in some things.
Yeah.
There's so many
Use the word
more
invest
important
loosely.
things. Well, that's important to a lot of people.
Well,
They've
some would
debated-
say,
They've
What's
debated-
more important? What's more important, the education of our children or
Well, yeah.
the mascot, whether it's human or an animal or whatever? But if you want to go that far, let's just get rid of all mascots and then we
we
don't
assume
ever have to
people are
argue
just more
again.
vocal than a,
Right. Well, it's been debated over and over and over.
for, yeah.
Need to make a decision, so.
Well, they make the decision.
well, they make a decision, but then if those are not happy with it, want to talk about
Those that
it.
didn't want to keep it stirred.
But how you get those decisions to just to be final, I guess they never are.
No, each and every board can change it. Decision.
You guys got things tore up pretty good over there.
You asked for it.
I did. You were absolutely right.
Over where? Oh, yeah. Needs it right behind him too.
I don't remember if this was, I don't know if he got this, asked for this one too. I hope so for.
You know what the problem is, if you notice the locations of it, once again, place needs new windows.
Windows.
Air and moisture's getting in every window, every place it's at. Nothing there by Sam, window on that north wall.
We've watched a flood come in through that one. That's not a window, but
Yeah, that door.
yeah,
We did have water coming in there pretty good one
we
day.
did. Yeah. Yeah, you were. That's
Started
right.
creeping in
That's
over
right,
on
you were
you.
here. That's right.
It's like the blob's about to get him. I seen that show?
Which one? The remake or
The original's the only one I've ever seen.
I like the remake.
The blob. About got him that day.
It reminded me of like lava trying to move through a.
That's kind of what the
or something.
blob was like.
Yeah.
We didn't provide him rain boots that day for
No.
Sam.
That's interesting.
Get you checked on more. Thank you. Bye. She's pretty strong. Help. Okay. Okay, thank you. Bye. She's on her way. Due to computer difficulties, she did not get her reminder. Their computer system's down this morning. It's a bad thing with electronics. We come to depend on for everything, and when they're down.
I write stuff down in a book too, so I have a backup, but you're right.
My wife and then my youngest daughter, they keep a detailed calendar just like that.
Yeah,
My youngest daughter, just like my wife. She whipped hers out the other day.
well, I've tried doing it on my phone and all that, and then I forget to coordinate the two, and so I say,
Usually if I have a Google type event, I write it down in a book too, just in case.
What's John doing for Thanksgiving?
We're having all my wife's family here.
Gotcha.
Somehow we got volunteers.
Voluntold?
They didn't ask me.
Voluntold is what that's called.
I'll be driving through your neck of the woods tomorrow and on the way back.
Yeah, I'll give you a good luck.
I'll do. Go Royals.
Cheer for both.
Yeah.
Both differently. It's all right. Until they need each other.
Yeah.
Twice, 3 times a year? Twice a year.
Twice a year.
16, twice a
Yeah.
year.
Usually do one of those kind of one game and then
Yeah.
weekend back at the other end.
Boy, the Chiefs defense actually looked like they came to play.
Chiefs started to run the football last night too, which I thought was the AFC is wide open. So. Tennessee is
Belichick
just-
has his team rolling.
I'd say the Chiefs and the Patriots both are looking pretty good.
If we don't have Skylar next this, it's gonna be a tough road.
I don't know.
Well, they're trying not to play Howard so they can save a red shirt.
I don't get that. Is he, you need another 6-year player? Just, I can still get 5 because last year.
Right.
Yeah.
Damn, that, I felt so bad for Lewis.
Oh,
He just
yeah.
comes in and just doesn't, yeah.
I felt so
First play,
bad for him.
interception, yeah.
Poor kid.
It doesn't, to me, it looked like Thompson's been right all year.
No, he's been injured all
Yeah.
year, and that's,
Yeah.
that's what I told Greg McHenry, him and I thought, I said, yeah, if Thompson can stay healthy, he just has a track record of not staying healthy. He's just
No,
not real
every
durable.
year.
And I understand they're taking some big hits, but he's just,
It showed Saturday.
It showed
He didn't want to
Saturday.
Run the ball for nothing.
Yeah,
He had.
because there were a couple times we had some places open. He was,
Yeah, he wasn't.
I mean, he used to always try to run first and pass, and I understand trying to pass, but. So
Yeah,
he's been-
those guys
He's
get-
been pounded. a
those
lot.
guys get beat up a lot throughout the year. It's tough.
Yeah, well, they were trying to run so much and that it just didn't work.
They didn't run Deuce the second half, like 4 times.
Oh, didn't work.
He did end up with 128 yards.
I know the first half he was.
That's over 1,000 for the year.
The run, the defense, Baylor was too tough. It couldn't get
Man,
it.
the defense was good.
It's
they were-
probably the best defense in the Big 12.
Yeah, they
No,
were-
I'd agree. They were good.
Our defense.
Our defense came to play.
Yeah, they were.
They held their own against that team.
I tell you what, up front, we're gonna be good for a couple of years, you know, we've got some depth. We've got to get some depth to the backside, but
Our defense is struggling for the beginning of the year, but middle part of the year, but
well, they changed some schemes,
Mhm.
you know, they mixed it up a little bit, you know, with that 5-3-5, 5-2-5, 3-5-8.
3-5.
Just put all 12 people in the backfield, you
they
know.
played good enough to win the game.
Yeah, they
Had
did.
we not messed that kickoff,
Yeah, that was.
you know,
Yeah.
you
Starting out
can't
of
spot them
Started
7.
out just.
We're the ones that needed spotted 7, not
Oh, we
them.
missed 2 field goals, didn't we? At least,
I missed.
yeah.
Two?
One.
Missed
One, I think.
missed one, yeah.
Extra point? No.
That was
Oh,
the Chiefs.
Morning, Lori.
That's right.
Good morning.
How are you?
Am I up?
Yeah.
Ma'am, you were just in time. Catch your breath. No hurry.
I apologize. Cindy called me and I said, well, you know, our computer systems were down this morning, so my automatic reminder didn't automatically happen. And then I looked at my calendar, after she called, I didn't have until next Monday. So anyway, regardless, cross communications, I apologize for my lateness, but I'm here. Consequently, I'm not as prepared as I like to be, but I can give you a quick rundown on what's going on at Big Lakes. Booster vaccinations are in full swing. We have partnered with Barry's Drug Center here in town to help provide booster vaccinations for both our clients and our staff. At present time, I think we're at about 70% of our clients have received their booster. And not as many staff as I would like, but we're in the process of doing that along with flu shots as we normally do this time of year. So we are busy getting that done. In addition to that, as I said, our computer systems were down today because we are in the process of upgrading to a new phone system. Our phone system was 18 years old, and we started a technology campaign about a year ago. It's called Making It Happen, in which we were looking to raise $275,000 to help upgrade some of our technology. One of those things was our phone system. We have raised 98% of those funds. So we just need a donation of $4,300 and we'll be done. But we've started implementing a number of the new technology items that we had identified as being necessary for operations. One of the things I'm really excited about is our assisted technology portion of the campaign, where we're looking to implement virtual technology. What is it they call virtual? Whatever. Anyway, is to help our clients with participate in activities that are not at Big Lakes, but kind of out there in the web and so forth. So I'm really excited about that. We'll get that going here really soon. It's getting towards the end of the year, which is always a lot of fun. We have holiday parties that are scheduled in December. And because of the pandemic, we're doing something a little bit different. We're actually hosting a holiday talent show for our clients and staff, and we're in the process of videoing that. And Dave Lewis is our master of ceremonies, and we're going to put that all together. I'm really excited about putting that. We'll put that out on the web for others to see, and it will be a lot of fun, I'm sure. We have quite a few clients that are a bunch of ham bones and like to participate in such activities. So very excited about that. And then again, with the end of the year, we it's the end of our corporate year, getting ready for audit. The beginning of January, we have our licensing review coming up in January as well. So a lot of things to get ready for the end of the year. With Thanksgiving, we're launching our annual giving campaign, as we do every year, which we're asking for donations to help with overall operations of Big Lakes. And very interested in watching the legislative session, that's the special session that's starting today. I've heard a number of my colleagues, and I think they're right at the talk about granting unemployment benefits to those who choose not to get the vaccine kind of places us between a rock and a hard place. If the mandates for OSHA come down that require us to either test or vaccinate, we're still, of course, waiting like everyone else for those rules and regulations to see how they will affect us, because it's going to affect us one way or another, because we're over 100 employer. Other than that, I think that's about it. A lot of activity, like I said, lots going on. And if that isn't enough, they're working on the street in front of Big Lakes. Started that this morning as well.
All the cones out there, yes.
So yeah, the cones came out last week. We reported a number of months ago, they're going into our main parking lot. It looked like kind of the beginnings of a little bit of a sinkhole going on. And what we experienced a couple years ago on the other side of Big Lakes with the huge sinkhole, we didn't want that to happen again. So I'm happy to see the city out there trying to take care of that before it becomes a huge problem for us. So any questions for me?
Yeah, on your vaccination rate on your clients, the 70%, is that the booster or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the boost. We have well over 90% of our clients have received the vaccine. Now, like I said, now we're just taking care of the booster shots as the vaccine comes available. We're using, I know the CDC has come out and said that it doesn't matter what kind you use, but we like to stay with Pfizer. Which is what we got our originals with. So we'll be getting those taken care of. Some of them were a little late getting paperwork back from guardians and so forth. But as soon as we get those things in, we'll get all those boosters done. I got my booster shot. So we're taking care of people as quickly as we can.
And where are you on your staff?
It's terrible. The staffing right now, I haven't looked at our latest vacancy rate, but it's been hovering between 25 and 30%.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. So again, trying very hard to recruit staff, but I know all businesses in town are having a heck of a time with that. We're raising our pay again, starting January 1 from $12 to $12.50 an hour. We also offer differential for nights, evenings, and weekends for staff, at least $1 an hour, if not more, depending upon where they're working and the type of work that's going on. So we're trying the best we can. We also completely restructured our benefits for this next year to try and offer a good wage and benefit incentive. So,
well, good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody needs that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Well, again, apologize.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm glad you made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was really off the fly. So
And didn't get a ticket.
yeah, no, I hope not. Anyway, of course, anytime anybody has any questions, be sure and give me a call, shoot me an email. More than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
You also. Next press conference 9:30. Good morning, everyone. How you doing? Rich, how are you? Good.
Commissioners?
Ready for
Good morning.
Thanksgiving? Ready to eat too much?
I got two coming up.
I do too.
Thursday and Saturday.
That's what I have,
Okay.
Thursday and Saturday, so I'm really rolling.
Okay. Well, we are at
Well,
9:30,
gosh,
so
Overindulge, may as well overindulge.
morning press conference, and got a very, I think it's a very important proclamation to give this morning, so we already signed it, so it's all good, so we'll go ahead and just well, I'll start off with the proclamation and I'll add a few thoughts. Small Business Saturday proclamation for this upcoming Saturday. Whereas the small locally owned businesses of Riley County are vital to our community's economic health. And whereas locally owned businesses contribute to our unique and vibrant community character. And whereas the United States Small Business Administration states that small business creates 66% of net new local jobs. And whereas small business employs 47.5% of employees in the private sector in the United States. Whereas with every $100 spent at a local retailer, $68 will return to the community through taxes, payrolls, and donations to local schools and charities. And whereas public awareness of the contributions made by Riley County's local business is key to sustaining a healthy business climate. And whereas the people of Riley County are grateful to the small, locally owned businesses of Riley County for their generous contributions of the quality of life we all enjoy. And whereas we join American Express, the United States Chamber, and other local chambers of commerce in America supporting locally owned small businesses. Whereas the United States Senate and local officials in all 50 states now champion Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, we as the Board of Riley County Commissioners do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 27th, 2021 as Small Business Saturday. In the county of Riley County, we urge all the residents of Riley County to join the rest of America and to do a portion of their holiday shopping at small locally owned businesses. Oh, any other comments from anybody else just yet? No? Okay. I think it's very, very important. Unfortunately for me, I will actually be in Kentucky, so I won't be able to shop here, but I do have a couple of places back home that I like to, and I like the word unique, how that shows up in several different places here, because I think that's the important thing, particularly this year when you try to do any type of online shopping or big company shopping, you're just not going to find that quaint little unique gift. And doing this right after Thanksgiving instead of later in December gives you a better opportunity to find that. Plus, most of us, as we all know, particularly through the pandemic and the times that we've faced over the last 20 months, our local businesses have held strong to help each other out and keep the community alive and vibrant. So it's time for us to be able to get back to that. So certainly appreciate this proclamation and everything the chamber and the small local businesses do to sustain and keep our community alive and vibrant. So thank you, everybody. That one to you.
Nice.
Okay. And I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add. Yeah, feel free to.
Appreciate you recognizing small businesses. It has been quite an adventure and experience. The 20 years my husband and I have owned a small business, the dynamics have changed drastically over the last 20 years, especially in the last 2 years. And so it's become very apparent the importance of being supported by your local community. It is so more evident than ever before. It was first with internet became a thing, and now with the whole COVID piece, it's just imperative that people shop local, and appreciate you recognizing that. That's awesome. So that's all I have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and have fun shopping. Okay.
Seems people are getting started early. A lot of Saturday and Sunday, people, everybody's out at the salon Saturday. Streets, it was thick with people.
Really?
Getting early started.
A lot of the big box stores and things aren't doing that traditional Black Friday thing. They're doing all those deals and stuff earlier. So how that works out, but I guess it is what it is. So. Okay, got a couple of notices for us, John?
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
John Ellerman, Public Works Director. I have a few notices all pertaining to the transfer station and closures. So beginning, well, on November 25th, the transfer station will be closed all day. And again on December 4th for repairs or replacement of the scale. And that's Saturday, December 4th, and it's all day, and we'll open again on December 6th, Monday. And then for Christmas, they will be closed at noon on Friday the 24th, remain closed Saturday the 25th, and open back up on the 27th, Monday. We will post these, and they've been in the paper. Notices on the wall at the transfer station, and for sure the December 4th one we'll have on a big board at the transfer station also, as well as social media.
Yes, it's already out on
It's
there.
important stuff, yeah. Thank you, John. Next, commissioners, you have Julie Gibbs at 9:45. Just give you a little more justification.
Yeah, gotcha. Guess I probably should talk to Nancy on this, but that's the statute.
It's sort of a while.
Okay, I wasn't aware that it was.
Yeah, that's a bad deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should play, hide and seek with your, or lost and found or something.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I sneaked a little bit in your office. You came in and set your wallet right on top of it. Because I looked on the ground, so I thought maybe that.
Right, yeah.
Well, Cindy and I looked because I was like, I don't want to look at it myself, so. Morning, how are you?
Yeah, at 11 a.m. of all times. I usually get with a buddy out in Indiana. We usually watch a K-State game or sometimes a Chiefs game or something, but he's got to work on Friday apparently, so. You know, we've got to find someplace cool just to watch it, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Morning, Julie, how are you?
Good, how are you?
A whole bunch of paperwork. That's interesting. RCPD breakdown.
Yeah, some of this stuff didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I remember now. Too many things juggling in my head.
Well, no, this is gonna be very, very early next year. I have to fully already.
Me and one came in last week. I think it should be totally.
Okay.
But that was last week. So.
Well, we can just start.
Okay.
Probably should do that.
Yeah.
Which we can leave, we do now.
Right.
Yeah,
Just bring that up.
Yeah, because I saw the
Well,
Facebook. was like-
Yeah.
or, you know, the big thing, when that discussion comes
Yeah.
up, you know, people demand for just, you know, extension going back to a sheriff. And guess what? Do you think city residents get out of the levy for the sheriff?
Nope.
Oh, that worked out. Yeah, we have a lot of calls after that place.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. It just becomes so much work for.
That's right. Okay. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it is 9:45, so I will go ahead and make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Riley County Board of Health.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor? Aye. All right, Julie.
Good morning.
Morning.
Here with my monthly update. So as usual, we'll start with the budget. Shelley has provided that for you. And explanations as to the highlighted areas under expenses and revenues. It's the same thing that we've seen in the months before, either due to timing with the grant funding or because of COVID expenses. As far as COVID update, it's bigger here. So our percent positive has gone up. As you know, we've seen an uptick in cases, which we kind of expected. You've seen that nationwide and statewide too. So we'll expect to see that kind of fluctuate, especially with the holidays coming up. I did just text Bob this morning and he shared that they do have 7 COVID positive patients in the hospital right now, 3 in the ICU. We are still doing symptomatic testing out of the health department during the week. We send everyone who needs a PCR test to the mall parking lot. So KDHE will be with us through March of 2022. We hosted our first Pfizer vaccine clinic for kids ages 5 to 11 on the 13th, and we administered 321 shots. And we do have 354 appointments scheduled for the next clinic on December 4th. And most of those are going to be the second dose for those kids. So we will have that clinic out at Potter Hall since it will be a little bit bigger. We kind of want to make it a fun atmosphere, maybe have Santa Claus there and do some fun things along with that.
I should have waited.
Yeah. We do have 2 more Moderna clinics coming up. We have one scheduled for December 2nd and another one for December 10th. So that's a Thursday and a Friday. We had a little over 400 come on last Thursday when we had our last Moderna booster clinic. So this just highlights the upcoming clinics that we have. Again, next Thursday from 2 to 6, and then the following Friday from 10 to 3. Those will be in the West End Conference Room at the Family and Child Resource Center. And then out at Potter Hall, we'll have our second children's clinic on December 4th. As far as staff updates, we still have some openings. We have a medical clerk in our clinic. This is for that full-time position for medical clerk. It's a temporary medical clerk through the funding that we had from ELC. We do have a social worker position still available in our MCH program. We actually have an interview later today and then one tomorrow, so we're hopeful. We have our bilingual navigator position available through our MCH program, and that is a full-time position, 1-year position with that option to extend. And then we are still looking for a childcare licensing surveyor. They've had several interviews scheduled, so hopefully we're hopeful that we'll get that filled soon. And then new staff, we have had 3 new nurses come on. Mallory Breeden started at the end of October, so she's already been through several clinics with us, got her feet wet really soon. She's really great. Cheyenne Bassler and Ellison Nider started this morning. They're going through orientation as we speak. Cheyenne will be our COVID vaccination nurse through that temporary funding that we have through 2024. We call it our health equity nurse, but mainly doing vaccinations. And then Alyssa Nider is a full-time permanent nurse in our clinic. And we did hire Kirsten Bundy as our Raising Riley clerk. She started with us last Monday. And I didn't have a chance to put this on here because I found out after the fact, but many of you know that Erin Price put in her notice, her resignation. Her last day will be December 10th with us. She is moving over to Lafayette. So we're sad to see her go, but I'll likely be in front of you here soon to ask to fill her position as well. And as far as program updates, WIC is doing more advertising through the branding grant. They actually have a click ad on the Little Apple Post. So if you go to their website, you can see the WIC click ad. And at the end of this month, they'll be able to see how many people actually clicked on that ad to see if it was worthwhile. They're also doing some branding through Cox Media, or some advertising through Cox Media that's being paid for with our branding grant. They did receive the Youth Impacting Communities grant through the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation, and that's for breastfeeding incentives. Raising Riley attended many Halloween events in the community through the month of October. That was to deliver free books and other goodies and try to recruit families to their program. They did offer a book club a few Saturdays ago. They only had one family attend, but there was a game going on and our booster clinic going on that day. So a very busy weekend. And they hosted their family engagement activity this last Tuesday. The clinic is really busy with children's immunizations, family planning appointments, along with boosters and children's clinics. Once we get all of our nurses trained, then we will start to be able to go out more into the community to do some remote clinics and some homebound vaccinations as well. Childcare licensing is currently investigating 5 regulatory complaints. They closed out 3 last week. They do have 4 illegal care complaints that they're currently working on. They have 11 initial surveys requested currently, and they are hosting their quarterly Zoom with home providers, centers, and school age directors. They actually hosted that last week. They currently have 272 facilities between all 5 counties that they're monitoring. MCH, they're starting their Becoming a Family class. It's ready to launch in February. It's models the Becoming a Mom classes. And they will have 2 nurses certified to be able to train for CPR and first aid classes starting this January. Chronic disease risk reduction, Millie has been really busy. She had an event, let's see, on the 7th out at Seco Park. It was in line with the Great American Smokeout that we had a proclamation for to really raise awareness about smoking. So she had some of her students out there picking up cigarette butts, and then they would replace them with a red flag to show kind of raise awareness about smoking. So FEP, Renee is doing more preparedness drills. There's actually one scheduled for December 10th on winter weather. So getting started back up, trying to get away from the COVID and getting back to her regular duties. And then Shanika is very busy. She's our health educator. She is working with Connie Satzler. We met with her last week to determine a timeline for her project for the CHIP process. She's working on quality improvement as well. So we have a quality improvement team internally in the health department. So working on those projects. And she's also wrapping up the branding grant, which will end at the end of December. And that's all I had. Any questions on anything?
Back under childcare licensing, you said 11 initials. Is that new?
Yes.
That means new spots open. That's good. I know that's there's a shortage here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure the breakout of which counties they're all in, but
no, that's true.
But I
think everywhere.
Yeah,
it's a need.
Definitely.
So that's good.
Yep. And really with those illegal complaints too, they really try to work with those individuals who are providing illegal care to try to get them registered. Yeah. So.
Else? Second item there, is that right, Julie?
Yes. Another request. So we were able to look at our budget from the ELC funds. Due to some turnover, we'll have some funds remaining to be able to carry over 3.5 FTEs for contact tracing through June 10th. Right now we have about 6 FTEs total. So we will have to cut some of those individuals, but they are aware that their job will be ending at the end of this year. But if we could have some of those hang on, if we have the funding available, which we do, to keep them through June 10th, we'd really like to keep them on, mainly for the school year. We really need to continue the contact tracing through the school year. So that's my next request, is to get approval to keep some of those individuals on.
So you'd be losing 3. Is that what am I doing the math right?
Yeah,
okay.
about 3.
It doesn't equate to actual people because they all work very part-time hours, but that's the full-time equivalent.
Yeah, most of them aren't full-time. They're all part-time.
Yeah.
Kind of depends on caseload, doesn't it?
Right. Yep.
And maybe I misunderstood, but from what I am taking about this is that originally we thought we would no longer be doing contact tracing. We had a deadline of the December, right? And so now we're going to continue to have to do that contact tracing through the end of the school year. So that's the reason that we've come back with another date.
Mm-hmm. We could turn over all the contact tracing to the state. That is an option, but the state is really behind. We're hearing lots of complaints from other counties. And so we wish to not do that if we could keep them on.
If we've got the funding to do that, let's keep doing what we're doing.
Get a motion.
I would recommend the Board of Health approve keeping 3.5 FTEs for contract tracing through June 10th, 2022.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on a request to approve to keep 3.5 FTEs for contact tracing through June of 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
All three sign, please.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Julie.
you, Julie.
The state's done such a great job so far. Especially with the schools last week, and they credited Riley, not the Smooth Valley schools.
Emails I got about that. Fortunately, I knew and asked in advance, so I was aware, so.
A little bit of a break, commissioners. Actually, at Clancy at 10:20.
Okay.
Didn't they have aren't they having a legislative session?
Yeah.
They are, it starts at 10 today.
It's supposed to eliminate contact tracers. That was one of the things that I saw.
Not limited to
That.
It's a legislative session. Yeah, one bill's in the House dealing with that, and the other is dealing with religious and exceptions.
Yeah.
Who knows what will spiral in and out of that.
special sessions, is there? They don't have to do what, are they required to only do what was mentioned or? can
If
they
it's
can go
COVID
off?
related, yeah. Like,
But they can make it anything they want, basically.
well, like that, gut and go,
Yeah.
you can attack, I mean, all those.
All you gotta say.
All those
bills due to
strategies.
COVID.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's basically it. So it's a scary thought. So
Elizabeth, can you tell me what is involved with the religious exemption? Is a form, does it have to be signed by a pastor or what is, how does that read?
You want the legal response? It depends.
The real
If you got
response.
much of a response, please.
Yeah, so the question was about the religious exemption. It actually is very similar, at least what we've come to. We've done a lot of research on this. We've read quite a bit of information. And then I have some information directly from the EEOC, and I have they've actually revamped their own form as well. And so we've kind of modeled that. Clancy and I believe that the best practice is going to be to follow a very similar path to a medical exemption. Whereas the person would request an exemption, they would tell us the reason why they're requesting the exemption. And then there is a specific form for a sincerely held religious belief that they would fill out. They would have, yes, someone from the clergy or a leadership from that religion sign off on it. And then there are some specific questions about whether or not the sincerely held religious belief relates to this particular vaccine, all vaccinations, one or more of the COVID vaccinations. And so to really kind of get a very good, clear picture of what the belief entails and where their concern is. And then those exemptions would be reviewed and approved the same as a medical. So kind of the same thing. You'd have to certify if you had a medical reason for not following that, same thing you would for the religious. Now, there are a lot of opinions, particularly about the sincerely held religious belief, but that's the biggest point. I keep saying that because that's the biggest point. It can't be my opinion. It can't be my aversion. It can't be my political viewpoint on it. Those are not protected. They're valid. I can respect, as a HR person, I can respect all of those things, but those are very clearly not legally protected reasons for not following a policy. And to be honest, this isn't new. This exemption request could apply to any policy or procedure that Riley County or any other employee or employer puts out there. It just happens to be foremost with the COVID. Yeah, so we do have a form for any type of exemption someone requests, and then a process for reviewing it.
Okay, yeah, that clarifies.
Mhm. Yeah, and you weren't alone. We had a lot of, we just haven't, it's not something that we regularly deal with. Most policies don't get into people's personal lives. And so we don't have a lot of, sincerely held religious exemptions. But it could technically apply to anything. So if, for example, we could have someone who was on the road crew in mowing that had long hair or a long beard because of a religious, a following, and they could asked to not follow some of our safety requirements, and we'd have to review that and balance it with the safety of that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good, thank you.
Makes sense, yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks, Julie.
Thanks.
Need a motion, Commissioner?
Yep, I'm gonna move that recess to the Broward County Board of Health and reconvene as the Riley County Board of Commission.
Second.
We'll move to second on that motion. All those in favor?
Thanks, Commissioner. Your thanks, 1 minute ceremony.
I've got so much stuff to do for leaving tomorrow, man. So just to clarify, you'll be on Zoom for the intergovernmental after Amanda. Correct. I didn't have them officially added to the agenda, but I'll take a moment and explain.
touch it up.
Yeah.
Greg's gonna be available, but I talked to her. Yeah, I saw the email exchange there. That's fine. Like I said, I'm just kind of briefly mentioning my introduction there to why that second agenda item, because I think it's pretty important, especially with three, taxing agencies there that are directly affected by it. Yep.
Oh, you switched up pop today. I didn't drink that. At least I don't normally see you drink much pop.
Yeah,
That kind of week already, huh?
no, it's just because it's got no caffeine. It's there. It's replaced with something even worse, I'm sure.
I was speaking of replacing, are you sure you didn't replace it with something worse?
Oh, no, not at all. Short term. No. Long term, who knows? Have to ask the lab rats.
Yeah,
What if they're still here?
yeah.
If only they had died, so you.
Clancy, you gonna go full time on this?
Yes.
Bless you. Bless you again. Allergic to all of us or just John? What? Allergic to all of us or just John?
Yeah, see closer than we normally.
It's not gonna get better for you for a while.
I forgot to take my blood in the weekend, so this morning was like the worst.
Justin stuffed up a blue leaves for hours yesterday in our yard.
That's been figured out to wear a mask when I'm doing leaves.
So my wife keeps telling me, you need to wear a mask. Yeah, you're quite right. I still don't.
I haven't listened to everybody for the last 20 months. When am I gonna do it now?
She knows me as well as anybody.
But out in your neck of the woods, why do you need to blow leaves around?
Oh, we have so many oaks and they
Oh,
get so
gotcha.
thick.
Yeah.
My house is well established in mature oaks, 100-year-old, so they're.
We've got a cottonwood in front of my apartment building, and it is the last to get its leaves, and it's its last to drop it. And usually that first hard freeze, wake up the next day and they're just green leaves just laying on the ground.
The nice thing about where I live in mine is I have a huge circle gravel driveway, so blow them in the center of that.
Ah, yeah.
No picking up.
We got one seed, a couple of seedless strawberries. They're the same way. When it hits a certain temperature, they all drop overnight. That next morning, looked out and you could just see it. It just looked like it was raining
Oh,
in
yeah.
the backyard.
Yeah.
All the leaves coming down.
I mean, there's big leaves, so it leaves, I'd say a good 3-4 inches on the ground worth of leaves.
Oh, that's what I was concerned about.
That's the nice thing about renting. I don't have to take care of all that stuff.
This is the third or fourth time we've done that. Unreal leaf production this year. Of course, oaks always lose theirs so late, you know.
Supposed to leave them, is what the extension office says.
They don't help fertilize my driveway very well,
Well,
so
that's
I'm okay with it.
You gotta crunch, you gotta chop them up.
Yeah, in the driveway.
But yeah. They blow away.
I've got a lot of sycamores. They never disintegrate. They're like this big around. I still have some from last year floating around.
But that mowed line, chopped them all up. I thought it was gonna be too much. I tried to path through it to see. But it looked like they moving, chopped them up. They were bad. So
Yeah. Sycamore trees.
You know where that's what doing leaves. I had one house I lived at had where a full face mask of public river mowed because it was areas that were so dry that was throwing rocks at my face.
Oh,
So that old big bulb helmet that I put on. You hear it ting on the side.
That's terrible.
It's where you needed Roundup instead of a mower.
Yeah.
What's over there?
So
Oh, the projector.
Is that what it, yeah, it's
No way,
pretty
you
loud.
gotta keep that fan going and not fry that thing. It like it's so hot.
It's not just the other thing up there on the wall.
You know, it's the
That-
fan.
We had that turned off. That thing gets pretty loud too.
Yeah.
Okay, we are at 10:20, so
I'm gonna go through these.
Okay.
until I need Elizabeth over here for the executive session.
that executive session going all the way out to 10:40.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Riley County Counselor. Want to go through the pending projects. I know you've had a chance to look at it. The primary update deals with really a matter that you'll be considering later on in today's meeting, that being the federal vaccination mandate that is out there through the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and also, well, that's the one that's primarily right now something to deal with. I guess, related vaccination mandate rule is on hold for now due to pending litigation and the decision of the Federal Department of Labor to hold off on OSHA's enforcement. But down here on some point on here we go, the very bottom, there's a list of just some activity concerning the employee vaccination policy. That you'll be considering later on today. I don't know how much, if any of that, you discussed with Elizabeth. I was surprised when I came down and it came up on an unrelated matter, at least a component of that regarding exemptions. So, but we'll be talking about that in more detail here later on. Be glad to answer any questions you've got on anything that's on the commission list, or any other item.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll have Elizabeth here in just a little bit. All right. And if not, then you'll have one less executive session to do. I'm disappointed. So, are there any questions on anything on the project? I do intend to participate in the intergovernmental luncheon today and give an update on the Home Depot decision, just so that those in attendance at least know that it's come out finally. So,
We want to go into executive session?
no,
He said you need
you
Elizabeth.
need Elizabeth.
Tried multiple phone numbers.
And she's probably dragged in something. You know to happen.
Got a text back and said canceled, but then it said on the way. So it's either canceled or on the way.
Those are the two options. Thanks for finding that out.
Yeah, but okay, yep. He was not aware.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I lost track of the previous batch.
Yeah, it's okay. I think. Last time. I think yeah, I apologize. I should
No, you don't.
touch base with you when we were.
No, no, you told me. I apologize. She had, Elizabeth had made arrangements to cancel it previously. Day or so.
Sorry, it was an unplanned, we had it scheduled and then there was an unplanned personal event. And so we need to reschedule that session.
Sorry. Okay, I'm confused. So we're not doing it?
We're not doing it today.
Okay.
Bottom line, I'm not doing it.
That's the good news. Have a break until 10.
Yep, next commissioners, you have Tammy on the budget planning committee monthly cash flow at 10:40.
Yeah, sorry, when I walked out here, I was just double checking.
No, this is my fault.
Right.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
But I will come back at 11.
Please do.
Okay. All right. Okay. I brought my whole stack just in case I didn't get back out here. I will see you all soon.
Sorry. to let you-
No, not a problem, ever.
No,
Yeah, I was fixing to turn on a fan. It's hot in here.
it's fine. To me, it's perfect.
Hot here.
Boiler's working.
Is it fired up now?
Been fired up.
Yeah, I came in,
Sure, it's the boiler. It's just not all the hot air in the room.
You guys been talking about
That was quick.
That was quick.
I was in on Friday, it was working.
Can I use your microwave?
Oh, sure.
I could tell my office was real warm. Oh, it's working.
Elizabeth had canceled this on Friday because she found out then, subject to the executive session was not going to be available. So we'll do it honestly after Thanksgiving. I didn't remember to take it off the agenda.
We don't need to make a motion to take it off, do we?
No.
Till a later date.
It's just an item.
And I guess as you won't be able to do it Monday, so.
Sean's gonna be on
I won't be here.
soon, Monday.
They're working on getting that set up to where they can do that, but they're not quite there yet.
That's another story. Why it's warm. It's no air going. Well,
Well, that's a horrible idea.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's why it's, that's where the cold air comes in.
Rich, for clarity's sake, does there need to be a motion to take this off the agenda for today? Table it till-
I just put canceled up there
Okay, and that's
at
fine.
the beginning of that executive session, so
And that's fine. I just want to make sure we had it
yeah,
clarified.
canceled on there.
Okay. Works.
So we have a little bit of time. What do you think about the score, John? This is a Friday game, everyone. So
Well, it's hard to say because, we got some key injuries.
Is Tyler gonna be
I
in
would,
or out?
I would doubt it. I would doubt it.
Did they say that for sure?
Lower leg, I think kind of the same issue he's had before.
Yeah, I think at one time they were thinking broken ankle.
Yeah.
He had surgery on it.
He was hardly moving the whole game before he got injured, so.
Let's do that stuff.
See, without knowing that piece of it, it's difficult.
You're on the same footing as the rest of us.
No pun intended, huh?
Who won the last one?
No one.
No one? Yeah,
We all picked K-State.
that's true.
Texas has quit this year. I think our defense, they're without their star running back. I have no idea who they're playing at quarterback. They've been mix and matching that. Got a couple good wide receivers still, but they're just not playing.
How's the defense?
Defense is actually pretty good, but when you don't have an offense, eventually wears out.
How many points did KU score?
Well, that's
Oh,
true.
that was
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, very true.
And they won Saturday. I was just shocked at that.
You almost beat TCU.
Yeah, they did. They had a chance to win that one
They're
too.
playing better.
They are. I think they're
Playing
heading in a
harder.
good direction.
Yep, I agree.
For a couple of years off. I think we run the ball a lot Saturday or Friday. I think that's the difference. Our run defense has been suspect as of late, so I'll give the Cats a slight edge, and I'll go 28-24.
Right?
That was mine, but I mean.
Second week I've done that.
We're all in the same ballpark. I already got mine written down.
No. Well, Slater. They're not sure. I'll go 21-14.
Catherine?
I don't know. 33-28 counts.
Nancy?
24-21 us.
I went 28-27, us.
It's all in the 20s.
Yeah, I don't expect a lot of scoring.
All in the same ballpark, not too far apart.
And I failed to mention, there's a little bit of a revenge factor for what happened last year.
I forgot about that. Somebody.
Losing 66-13 or something at home
Yeah.
to end the season last year.
Fortunately, I wasn't at the game last year.
This team is built, I was talking to Reed Thursday about that. This team isn't built to win at home. They're built to win on the road. Good run offense and kind of, yeah, they don't kind of grind it out. The defense is pretty stingy, particularly up front, recover pretty well. I mean, this team knows how to win on the road. I think they pressure trying to win at home. And 3 of their 4 losses are at home. Hey, what? Bedlam? I'm thinking Oklahoma State's going to win.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you just need.
They may have a slight chance at the playoff. Just
And that knocks OU out of it.
OU's defense is horrible. Oklahoma State is a decent defense.
I don't think OU's really that great on offense.
No,
They
they're
can't
not.
figure out who they want to have.
They're not
play
who they
quarterback.
used to be on offense.
Their running game's been mixed. Quarterback play has been suspect. It's funny to watch the 3 out of the 4 newcomers are all ranked in the top 15.
I'm excited for that.
Cincinnati, BYU, and Houston.
I'm excited for that. Oh, right now, 3 out of the Big 12.
Yeah. Was.
Like
No, they
Drake's-
are. No, there is one. They're
Oklahoma's
ranked 9
still
and
too?
10. Oh, Oklahoma's 10. Baylor's 9, and Oklahoma State's like
7.
I think Greg's point's good on Howard, especially when you think we have Rudley coming up too, who's supposed to be so good. And, why are you saving that red shirt?
Why aren't you trying to play Rubley then?
Well, I'm sure they're really trying to save his red shirt.
But you can play in 4 games. He could play the entire game and still keep his red shirt.
as young as he is, we've seen with young quarterbacks, they're just not mentally ready.
So is Lewis. I'm just tit for tat. I'm sitting here thinking,
My
not
whole
just,
thing is, other than we needed it, that's the worst situation.
Oh,
Put the
yeah.
young quarterback, a passing player, first play, hand it off.
Yeah,
Let him
That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
right.
I passed the first.
or a swing pass or something out to one
hand
of the
it off and do
flats.
an option, let him get
Yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah,
That
that
was,
was, who did that?
to me, that's coaching too.
I think coaching needs to be revamped over there.
I haven't been real impressed with the offensive
Yeah.
side. I
Don't
just,
set your young quarterback in that situation.
No, that was awful.
We generally don't even do that to our starter the first play of the game. We hand it off to get comfortable. Yeah, I felt bad for him. I was mad, but I felt more bad for him than I was mad because we're probably going to lose the game anyway.
What down was that?
That's what I was trying to
that
remember.
was second down, wasn't it?
It
Okay.
wasn't the.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a third and
Was
long.
it third?
There's second and third.
Yeah, it was second. I
I
thought,
was thinking.
because that's why I thought you could run it on second, get it into short yardage, and then you can swing it out to somebody or just,
I never expected him to pass.
no. Yeah.
Yeah, Lewis is supposed to be a pretty good runner. Let him run it, but don't,
Decent field
That was a
position.
bad call.
That was terrible. We got him left back there. Cold anyway.
I had somebody had extra tickets and asked if I wanted to go, and I'm just kind of like, I'm good. I seem to be bad luck these days when I go to lose.
Well, you couldn't have heard us end this.
No.
No.
It was, yeah, there were a lot of people there.
That's good.
Well, they must have taken off early because
They took off early, yeah.
No, but the attendance was on the list at 43,000.
it's been that way the entire year. I still
Right,
think there's
well,
some
that's-
people that are pandemic scared,
For
and
sure.
really, the product that we have in the field is kind of vanilla. I mean, it's not bad or anything. It's just doesn't draw a crowd. I'm okay with it as long as we win.
I guess, yeah, well, I like to go anyway. So.
I'm afraid we're gonna get stuck with another Liberty Bowl appearance, and a whole lot of people probably aren't gonna travel to Memphis for that game.
Be a whole lot better if we get one more win.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Baylor was a long shot for us.
Yeah.
And especially after I saw their defense play. Their
Oh,
defense
yeah,
is legit.
legit. Makes you wonder if their coach is gonna last another year if he doesn't get another job somewhere. I mean,
Especially with all the big
oh
jobs.
gosh, yeah, LSU, USC, Florida now.
Florida's.
There's talk about Miami being on that list.
He seemed like a pretty good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a Baylor fan, but he seems pretty legit.
Yeah, so. All the big. He gets into the championship game.
I'll guarantee you the alumni are talking already. How much money can we come up
Yeah.
with to keep him?
It's like Florida. They just 6 months ago signed him doing. He was the third highest paid.
Coach, and yeah, in D1.
No, in the SEC, well, was probably.
Ah,
But in the SEC.
I thought I read D1. Florida's got resources, but the issue is, with the LSUs and the Floridas, and there isn't this list of go-to coaches. I mean, you're really kind of starting over from scratch with somebody. Probably go into the mid-level conferences at this point in time. There's just not a list of movable. Bob Stoops maybe, but I don't know if he wants to get back into coaching. That's why he quit early.
That's what I always thought about Mangino. I always thought maybe Mangino would get back in, someone to take a shot in, because no doubt the guy was an offensive mind.
Yeah.
And he never did.
I don't know. Somebody tries to hire maybe a Lane Kiffin, or Mike Leach is kind of getting up there in age. So I don't know.
I'd say if I was some of those places, of course, the big ones I don't know, but I'd look at someone like KU's coach. It's obvious the guy can coach. He's got the same players ahead, and they're playing hard. He's going to get things going there.
I think the deal with him is that he just, he's coached very small schools, and
Well, I know, but you're starting to see what he can do.
yeah, I think KU's a couple of years away from respectability. I do. I thought that coming into this year. I thought that was a good hire. They've got a good football administrative staff they put together, and they just need to work on facilities. I mean, they're decades behind on that.
Porta johns,
Yeah,
not
not
outside,
actual bathroom. I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, really?
End zone, around that, end of course,
You got a long ways to
they
go.
don't have enough facilities, and there's nobody there.
Yeah, it's 10:40. Go ahead, Tammy.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Tammy Robinson, Budget and Finance Officer. I have the cash flow reports for October and some information on requested RCPD costs and percentages. So we'll start with CIP cash flow. You can see as of the end of October, we're at 83.33% into the year. Down here in the line item for October on the revenue side, you can see $1,212 in interest. Almost 1,100 was an investment interest, and the remaining was radio interest, which should be the end of those dollars. The 33,383 was the insurance monies for the power broom. And then we spent 33,240 for the month of October, with a total of almost 1.4 million for the year. That equates to 15.11% of our budget. And over on the left-hand side, you can see the cash reconciliation. If you follow the numbers down with beginning, revenue, encumbrances, and what we have left in remaining projects and reserves, you can see at our estimate for the end of the year would be just under 3.8 million. This next page just gives you the information of what we've spent year to date, what was spent in prior years, what the overall approval was, and if we've completed it. Clear to the right, it tells you if we came in or under, or it was what we had estimated. The ones in blue that are marked in blue are the ones that are completed. And then just a quick picture to show you where we are year to date in comparison to the budget for CIP. The next one is building cash flow. And again, 83.33% of the year as of the end of October. And you can see our final tax dollars for the year, $4,663 came in. And we spent $24,107, totaling $242,165 for the year, which equates to 61.62% of our budget. And again, if you follow the cash reconciliation, you can see our ending unencumbered cash at the end of October is $161,173. The next one, again, is just a quick picture to show you where we are and what we spent in comparison to the budget. Next, we have economic development. The money comes in at the beginning of the year. We don't expect to see any other dollars come through unless there would be some reason we had a reimbursement in this fund, but we haven't at this point in time. For the month of October, we spent $16,865. That was largely due for printing and advertising of that sales tax information that we got out to the public for the ballot question. And that total for the year is just over 320,000. That is 79.98% of our budget. And again, if you follow the calculation down, as of the end of October, we have 130,850 in cash. The next one just outlines the detail of the projects and the ones that we've completed for the year. And then again, a quick snapshot of where we are in our total spent compared to the budget.
I did want to mention one thing on this moving forward in 2022 is we'll be working on a comprehensive plan and deciding on do we need outside source to help with that or not. And so we need to keep in mind that probably, I'm assuming the segment of these funds will be needed to use for that. So just something to keep in mind.
The last one is the sales tax. In October, we received $184,747 in sales tax revenue, and we spent $2,345 for the year. It was $352,606, which equates to 8.16% of our budget. And again, on the left-hand side, you can see the cash reconciliation. As of the end of October, we have 5.8 million in cash. And then just the detailed breakout of the projects for this fund. And then again, a quick snapshot to show you where we are and what we've spent in comparison to the budget. Okay, this next one, the commission had asked for some information. And so with that request, I thought the most impactful way to present this would be with a graph. I also have the numbers here in front of me if you want any additional information. But this just gives you a quick picture to show you what the city of Manhattan has spent and what Riley County has spent for the years 2016 through 2020. Now, with the Manhattan cities, I did take the RCPD budget and I did take their 80% of that for what the city paid. There are no other requirements that they have to make towards RCPD. So if they've spent any additional dollars, that is not captured here, and I'm not aware of it. So this is strictly just the levied funds for this, the city's portion. However, on the county's portion, that reflects anything we've spent in CIP or county building or in our general fund, in public works. So one that you probably just jumps out at you is 2019. And that was largely due to the firing range, those costs. So.
But it doesn't. Is that column right then? I mean, showing we spent the same, it says 29%, but showing we spent the same amount of dollars each year.
Relatively close. So in 2019, we actually spent 29% of 24,000. Well, you know, this shouldn't be just over 4 million because it is close to 7. So that is my error. I'm not really sure why that did that
The
because
percentage doesn't make sense with this.
Well,
I
it is
assumed it was
that.
that.
Yeah, you're right. It
I
is
assumed it was the
29
expiring
and
ranges, and most of that cost was in 19, but it looks like that column should be a lot taller there to get to 29%.
right. And that is true. And I mean, my numbers are here and it would have used it. So that was me not double checking to show, but the dollars are 7 million and 19 is what we spent. And the city spent 17.
Yeah, I was hoping to see actual dollars rather than percentages.
Well, you had asked for the percentages when you asked Rich, and so that is why I pulled the percentages specifically. But I do have the dollars and I can send that to you via email.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
One thing, you know, to keep in mind is when you're looking at the population, the total population for the census was 71,959 for the county. And of that, Manhattan City is 54,100. Which is 75%.
It's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
From my perspective, we had that include insurance costs and inmate.
When you say insurance, are you talking the building? We do pay the building
Right.
insurance
And then inmate
and
medical.
inmate
Medical.
and also any of the building
Right.
maintenance.
That is or isn't included in this total.
This is all included in that total.
Okay.
You know, the medical too.
That was
Yes.
the purpose of this.
Yeah.
See what.
And then, of course, you know, when they do anything to the parking lot, that's our cost. When you put in a new fuel meter system, that's our cost. And the canopy that goes with it. Any rewiring of elevators, Andover control replacements, any door changes on the jail, which we've just done that. Rooftop HVAC units have been replaced. We replaced a boilage and storage tank, water softener. Those are several projects that we've done, and that's just from 16 to 21, which that's the time frame I've been here. So I've tracked all of these costs.
And the purpose for this, Commissioner, of course, because I do believe this is going to be a topic that comes forth in the near future. A couple other things to consider is, we have statutory authority right now to charge the city for housing inmates because it is Riley County Jail. Another side of that is on the municipal court side, it is well known the city makes a lot of money off their municipal court, of which we share none of that revenue. So there's a lot of things to consider in this convoluted equation of consolidated law enforcement.
I think it's fine right where it is.
The only thing to keep in mind is the population on the Riley County's portion. The population, Manhattan is 75% of that. So Manhattan City is paying 75% of the Riley County portion as well.
Just like they do with roads and bridges in the county. And the forefathers thought of that. They know that the value in the rural cannot afford all of those expenditures. That's why those formulas were derived the way they were originally.
Well, the other option is, you could go to a full county-based system, but then the city's either going to get charged probably an equal amount anyway, or they're going to have to go to municipal services themselves, which is separate. So Riley County citizens are still going to pay for the county side of it regardless, and then they're going to have to pay for municipal services on top of that. I don't see a better option at this point in time. I just don't.
If you didn't do that, say deconsolidated with the city police force and a sheriff, all city residents still pay the mill levy for the sheriff.
Right. And then the mill levy for the municipal side, which to me is probably going to be more than this equation currently.
That's probably why it's set up there.
Exactly.
The East Manhattan side, their portion is about 10% of the city's, just if you want to know that. And that's based on valuation. It would be about 10% that's coming in to pay the RCPD budget.
And that even convolutes the discussion even more because there's a portion of Potawatomi County that is not the city of Manhattan that receives services from RCPD.
Right.
And I do know why that graph did that. It was because I pulled the percentages. So it was based off the percentages, not the dollar. And so the percentages are correct, but the dollar number doesn't align with it. So I'll adjust that and just send it to you for information so that you have it.
Just the dollars got wrong.
Yeah.
When the percentage, like I say, I was assuming that's what most of the shooting range went.
Right. Yeah. So on average, it's about 4.2 million is what we're paying if you take 2019 out because it's kind of a skewed year. So.
But you said it was 7 something in 19.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
right.
with that, it pushes it up to a $5 million average, which is not correct.
Yeah.
If you just take that anomaly out, it's more like, in the 4.3-ish range is what our average would be. And the average for the total costs as far as 2016 to 21 is 21.8 million is what RCPD is requiring to be funded.
That shows it was, we're over there.
Yeah, because you definitely can't look at the 80-20 just because of these additional costs. And we don't always know what our costs are going to be, just like we're over quite a bit on RCP inmate costs right now. Everything from September on is being paid out of our pocket because we already maxed our pool. So, and depending on what happens, we have no idea what costs will come in one inmate. And the general fund will have to pay some extra dollars because there won't be enough funding in the RCPD levy.
if you look at it in detail, the amount of coverage city of Manhattan residents get, how often they see a police car as opposed to say someone that lives in Frog Holler. Well, I'm completely satisfied with our level of coverage up there. It's just not the same.
I tend to hear that from people in my area, the southern part of the county, which is still a little bit closer than the north end, but to RCPD's credit, they've tried to fix that at least a little bit, but
Well, I think they do a good job and it's
Yeah,
adequate. The fact is you just don't get the same level of coverage.
unless, we see a situation over the next 10, 20 years where population shifts back from the city back out into the rural part of the county. I think we're in line with where we need to be.
That's what, when I've had discussions, I said, city gets police protection, the county gets sheriff. It's not the same.
All right, I will get that information and I'll email that to you.
Okay,
And if you have any other questions on it after that, just let me know.
thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
One thing related to the sales tax that Tammy provided is, I think, something that all of us need to keep our eye on is the food sales tax and its potential impact to us if that were to get passed, because it seems a priority given the election year that it is next year.
Well, it is going to get passed.
Is it gonna be, if they take off food sales tax, it takes off everybody's or just the state's?
Currently,
Yeah, that's what we need more clarification on, because the article they wrote, it says state sales tax and it's just saying 6.5%, but I don't, like Nebraska, they have no sales tax, it's zeros for anywhere you go, so I don't know, and I tried to read this morning to see, and I couldn't find anything that definitively told me that ours would be affected, but Rich and I had talked last week, and he asked Shiloh for some information just to see that effect, just in case,
Yeah.
so.
just something to be aware of, to watch that wording in that legislation.
I tend to think that what's gonna happen there is, although that'll change the equation in terms of food and some of those necessity items, that most of that extra funding is gonna stay discretionary. Meaning people won't be spending it on food, but they're gonna spend it on something else and still create sales tax. If they're gonna buy a new television, a new phone, those sort of things. So, yeah. So we're gonna lose a little bit, but I really don't think it's gonna be necessarily as bad as we think.
Yeah, it's only,
Especially with compensating use tax, really, really don't even know at this point.
and it's only on groceries, it's not on restaurants.
Correct. Or that's what I'm,
Yeah, that's what I understand.
Yeah, that's what I
It's not in
understand.
the restaurant, but they will get sales tax.
I don't think we'll have a clear picture of that until both legislative bodies get into session and can sit down and figure it out, yeah.
But also, I mean, it's gonna be, now they've got all the scanners, it's easier, I guess, to keep track. There's a lot of what, not a lot, but there's a percentage of what you buy at the grocery store isn't groceries,
Mhm.
I assume all the cleaning products, paper products, all that.
I think they have a way of, they break that out.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I know,
I've
yeah,
seen
they
it
do
in
now, but I
other
can't
states.
imagine before they had all that stuff.
There'll be some cost
Yeah.
making some of those transitions, both from an equipment and software maybe perspective too. And I don't know, but what that is, but.
So why are we thinking it wouldn't be restaurants? Because the restaurants are gonna buy the food tax exempt, so why would they be taxing us for something that they don't get taxed on?
Because I think the mindset is if you're going out to a restaurant, it's not necessarily considered a necessity. Like buying groceries,
And the
food.
food's only a percent, only is
What are you?
not a big percentage of
No.
the
Can
cost.
they, because like a person who goes out and does like work that they don't pay sales tax on, they don't pass a tax on to anybody else when they do their work. So how would that be different?
I have no idea on this. I really don't. I would
They
just,
wouldn't get their exemption. I don't know.
So it
Restaurants
seems
have
weird that they would buy
exemption.
groceries tax exempt but be able to tax us. That doesn't really make sense, but I mean, I definitely could be wrong.
Well, they do it
We'd
now,
have to
in
check
effect,
in.
with double.
yeah,
You would?
they're doing it now already and they're almost getting double taxed on it. They're getting taxed on the front end and we're getting taxed for it when we buy it on the back end.
Well, the
So,
same-
I mean,
Yeah, same thing if you buy something, say at Home Depot, or you buy a
mean, I
contract,
don't-
they charge a tax on
yeah.
contractors where.
I mean, in this particular case, I don't know how many restaurants kind of figured that out and offset some of that cost within their actual cost or not, but I would assume some of them have to, I would assume. I don't know. That'll be one of those interesting things that happen in January, February, March. Yeah, yeah.
To swallow it through, yeah.
But there is a part of me that thinks that people aren't going to necessarily just save those extra dollars. They're going to get spent someplace else where it is being taxed.
You're right.
All right, with that said, it is 11 o'clock, so John, you've got some updated information on a consultant selection for EMS.
Morning again, John Ellerman, Public Works Director. I do have some kind of an update on our consultant selection for EMS station. Consultant Selection Committee. You said it comprised of David Adams, Josh Gearing, Russell Stuckey, Amanda Smeller, Rich Vargo, and myself. We received 8 submittals for the request for qualifications. Each were scored on the criteria of experience and qualifications, availability of staff, proposed timetable, overview of challenges, understanding the project, and references. Of the 8 submittals, the committee chose 5 firms that they want to see proposals from and interview. And those firms are Anderson Knight, working with Stuart Cooper Newell Architects, BBN Architects, working with Redstone Architects, Arch Images, Finkel Williams, working with TCA Architecture, and GLMV Architecture, working with LeMay, Erickson, Wilcox Architects. I intend to put the proposal together and have that sent out next week. Are the requests for proposals sent out next week? There are some items we'd like to discuss with the commission, so I can include maybe what the commission decides, or their
That goes with the 3 that we'd already decided on.
some of those, I'm not exactly sure of the budget. Dollar, high end, low end, where we're at.
You won't know till you get a proposal.
Okay.
Correct? Am I missing something there?
Well, I mean, is there a limit? I guess is my concern, and I don't know if we want to say that out.
Always the limit.
Yeah, there's gonna
No,
be a
well, I
limit.
understand that.
So we have some kind of a ballpark figure. I mean, we don't, this is
Okay.
why we're going out to a specific consultant, because we really don't have any idea what this particular cost for this is gonna be. So we gotta at least get some kind of a,
Yeah,
maybe
some
not a
of
floor
this,
nor a ceiling, but we gotta get some kind of a ballpark.
yeah, some of this we kind of discussed with David's time Thursday, that I had already made this, waiting for my, hopefully to get in front of you Thursday, but to get on the schedule. So, okay, we can handle that. We've designed a budget with,
You've got 5 proposals right here. Yeah, my guess is you're gonna get a little bit of probably flux within those numbers depending on some of those other criteria. So it seems like to me, when we get down to each one of those, we'll have some kind of a basis in which to formulate that decision.
the site evaluation, we did discuss that to be priority at the existing location. Maybe if there's something available, we look at it, but try to fit on this existing site location.
Site evaluation also includes space of the actual facility, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I naturally assume.
I mean, that's gonna happen because we asked for space needs and something to satisfy our needs now and
Right.
into the future.
Okay, good.
The dispatch evaluation, that was whether we do dispatch or not, but we're gonna ask for them to evaluate the needs, requirements for dispatch.
Yeah, it seems to be a issue at play with what we're trying to do here at this point in time. And I think having some professional assistance on this will at least I mean, not alleviate the issue outright, but it gives us the dynamic of what we can do both in the short term and the long term, and what's going to better serve all. And I stress that word all of Riley County. So, and I think, when you have a consultant working on this, obviously they don't have any, I guess, they don't really have any specific vested interest in anything. So they're looking at it collectively as a whole, both in the short-term evaluation and hopefully the longer-term evaluations of this particular facility. So that's a key moving forward.
And the other one I was just thinking about is a project timeline. When does the commission kind of expect maybe to see construction start or want the project to be completed by? Some of my ideas were maybe within a year to start to bid it out within a year or by next spring. But that just want to see what the
You
commission
said
said.
next spring as in 2022 or 23?
22.
Okay.
Or no, 20. Yeah, by the end of 22, first of 23.
As far as I'm concerned, if we've got the budget and all these check boxes check off, let's get it done. We've been talking about this for how long? Let's get it done.
That shortest time.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's
Obviously the budget
doable.
itself and those other things, there are variants within that, but I mean, as soon as we can get on this and get this done, we need to get it done. Quit talking about it, get it done, get it structured, get moving forward.
Tammy, what are the ARPA fund timeline restrictions?
2024, we have to have it obligated, 2026, it has to be done.
Just imperative to keep those
Yeah.
in mind.
Thank you.
Is that the same for any of the revenue lost?
It's all the same.
All the same, okay.
And so
That's one thing
we have dollars available now to begin any process we're looking for. So the first time they submit a request for payment, then we have money available now to do that. I'm assuming, since the ARPA funds are already here.
How much time do you give them to get those proposals in? What do you-
With the holidays, I'm thinking we're in the middle of January to do interviews and come to you by the end of January for sure. I was working on a schedule and I want to talk with David a little bit too. I want to give him 3 or 4 weeks to present or put something together before we take it. And that brings us right about Christmas. So I don't know, right before Christmas, we get the proposals in and interview right after and do it shortly after the first of the year.
I'd say probably shortly after the first of the year would be fine on that.
I don't want to rush them, but I don't want to give them way too much time either.
Yeah, it's tough this time of year.
Yeah.
Yeah, now are you gonna have several proposals of, like, if there's a site, 2 sites proposed, there'll be separate proposals for each one, or how does that run?
I don't suppose we'll get all of that right up in front. They may have something, part of the proposal was to have a site visit. We can make it mandatory or not, but I didn't plan on making it mandatory. But
Well, right now, we don't have another site.
Yeah, well, there's only one.
well, to come visit, a couple of them wanted to see what we're in now.
Sure.
And then
Right.
work up something. And then they can at the same time ask some of the questions about the proposal, what the project, any detailed questions that they would have about the project.
So you're giving them a space to work with,
We have a space.
a site, I mean, a
Yeah.
site to work with.
It's the current site of the current
Mhm.
ambulance
And,
facility.
and that's what they're basing their proposals on.
Well, that's what we're asking for. And if,
Correct. They'll let us know if it can't.
If it works or not.
Right.
Correct.
See if they think they can get it in there.
And if it can't work, then we're basically starting all over from
Yeah,
scratch.
Well, I thought when we discussed
I
it,
really
it was
don't think
gonna
it's gonna be a problem.
looking at different sites. I thought that was.
We don't have, gotcha, but we don't have another site, just for the record. We'd have to purchase it or figure out a way to get it, because it's not there.
That significantly increased the cost of this
Yeah.
project.
Yeah, I just thought that was a part of this discussion. When that went.
Well, we labeled it site and space, so with the space that's evaluated in this process, will that space fit within the constraints of our current site? So that's what that's narrowed down to in terms of total evaluation. Well, what we need to be able to have, I guess, in the present, stretched out 20 years, 25 years, whatever. Is that going to work in that location based off of what they come up with?
And if it doesn't work, then we start all over.
Yeah, then we're finding some place to go with it. I'm of the opinion that I think we have to go up a little bit, we have to get a little creative and innovative, but I think it's going to work either the current location or just right across the street there in space that we already have and already have available. So.
You know, Charles Little is a county road. It's designated as county road, county property, as well as the north-south or east-west road in front of Pawnee Mental Health. Those are options to do stuff with if we wanted to or could, decided to, or help fit something in there. Hopefully, these guys are all creative enough to be able to find something, design something that'll fit on the space we have.
I think this is what they do. I think that's what's going to happen.
We just have to be sure that all consultants know that is an option to be incorporated, that space. And the whole reason why we decided to just focus on the space, because the conference you guys went to, one of the professionals looked at it and says, well, we think we can do that in that space. So.
We saw many examples where they did a lot more with a space like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify that.
Yeah. So
Yeah. If you go across the road, then that creates a whole nother domino that gets a lot more expensive.
Across the road, which way? Across the clock
Family
line?
Child Resource Center.
Oh, and that, across that. road,
West. Yeah.
Yeah, west.
okay.
See, the interesting thing here is this is a facility that really doesn't need a lot of the extra flat square footage because you don't need a lot of parking.
Right.
You need space to be able to work and facilitate some things, but it's not like here where you have to incorporate space and parking for employees and services and, you
Not a
know,
lot
so.
of customer service.
Right, yeah. So, you know, that really kind of cuts down on square footage. And like I said, we can, by city code, we could go up 6 stories if we wanted to. I don't know if that's going to be necessary, but also when you look at the topography, when you look at the topography there, you know, you have anywhere from a half to almost full story built in below ground level too. So I really do think it's going to work. I really do. So what is it that we need to do today, John?
I'm just looking for some consensus on direction for proposal, and we'll get that done next week.
Okay, so these are the, said 5 or 8? 1, 2, 5. Okay. I like the fact that we have a couple local people. Honestly, to me, I think that's going to be the best way to go, just in general, because they're going to understand the local codes a little bit better, a little bit quicker than probably the other ones. But we'll work through the process and see how it goes.
The two Park Images and Finkel Williams, they don't need consultants, other consultants to help them.
Finkel Williams is using a TCA architecture. They're a little bit more on the station design. Arch Images thinks they've had enough experience designing stations that they didn't need a hire consultant.
Okay, I'm good with this. I think, you know, kind of expect maybe middle of the road, January, late January into that time frame.
That's the direction I'll push it and figure out some good dates.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Motion the board proceed with that process.
Can we do it by consensus?
Absolutely.
Everybody on board with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You sure?
No, we'll find out. in a second.
We're gonna do everything else after. How long do we need, Clancy?
15 minutes to until 11:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, where'd Tyler go? Well, that was for the other one, but I don't know if you knew if there was a second one.
Yeah, Kevin, you
So
decide
it's gonna
on
have
the
everybody
commission
in.
chambers.
No, it doesn't look like it's just.
Got an
That's the
executive
plan
session.
looks like. I think everybody's here for the second conversation,
Oh,
unfortunately.
You go flying under the chair. Yeah, it's good, thanks.
well, that's, we're on number one, not number two.
Yeah.
27, not 28.
On its way.
Okay.
It's a Monday, that's for sure.
We haven't had a lot of mixed executive sessions lately, so. They are working on a dedicated computer. And they may be able to do those things remotely. And not have to be
That'd be
present.
good.
Maybe that is what is part of the.
I
Heard.
didn't,
I wouldn't have thought so since you were
No.
over here earlier for the other one.
I think they're still a few weeks away. They're still kind of debating on how to go with that.
Executive session.
Okay.
We need to move off.
He's on his way.
Like I said, it's a Monday.
I guess so.
Sometimes we have those days.
You sure? It's pretty, it's shiny, it's sparkly.
Tempted.
Man, this is pretty important. I'm kind of scared now.
Interview of the month, but, yeah.
We have food delivered. Lunch. Yes, that's better. Oh, maybe. Okay. So I'll go ahead and move that the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, attorney for the commission on a matter which is deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:30 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
but that's just my thought.
Is it like? Okay, I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Oh, second.
Been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor? Also, that no consensus was reached in executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. You have before you a proposed vaccination policy. This, as you know, comes from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That's the federal mandate out there right now. Does apply to facilities in what they count in this federal rule that was issued on November 5th as 21 different types of facilities. And the question for the board to resolve, or that we're presenting to you today, to potentially resolve, it's up to you. And the options are stated in the card. You can either adopt the policy as presented. You can make changes to the policy if that's what you want to do. More importantly, if you don't make changes, you can decide whether you're going to adopt this policy for either or both of the Riley County Health Department or the ambulance service, the EMS. There's as you know, a 72-page rule, 73 if you count it the right way, actually, that is in effect, and that staff has worked. There's been a very good working group that has crafted this, and a lot of back and forth and trying to come up with something that satisfies the rule. I'm convinced the policy as written satisfies the rule. Doesn't mean you couldn't make changes. It is entirely your choice whether to adopt this, how to apply it to those two entities. Basically, that's why I have these folks here today, so you can ask any questions on the details of coverage and that kind of thing, and maybe get some of their input as well. With that, I'll turn it over to the board and be glad to try and answer any questions you have of me or of anyone else here.
Well, in your recommendation, you say regarding the health department, you almost say it looks like the health board is actually not a covered facility.
I'm saying a strong argument could be made. That's the lawyer answer, because it's also true. Because this thing, the way it was done, there's just some real unknowns.
But then you say it's even less clear about EMS.
In some ways, it's less clear because.
But I thought it is more clear because they do.
And that's why I tried to highlight, it's ambiguous as to whether the ambulance service gets drawn into it. If they do, it's not because of those 21 categories directly. It's because the rule itself says that you can get covered just by virtue of an agreement with one of those listed facilities, if you have an agreement. Now, that may or may not be a written contract, it doesn't say, but unwritten contracts are enforceable with some exceptions in Kansas. And because the activities of the ambulance service, they're very much involved in transporting patients from facilities that are clearly covered by the rule. And that may give them indirect coverage. That's why, and the dollars involved for them at this point, as quantified, like as of today, are high. The Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement dollars are larger than even what the health department can establish at the moment. And Julie may want to correct me on that, but that's where I'm looking at the information.
So it isn't, if they pick someone up in an accident or whatever and take them to the hospital, is that covered? It's the transport between hospitals? Is that the one, or I realize it's all.
I think it comes from transportation.
Yeah, it's all of it. It's whether you take them to the hospital or whether you pick them up from the hospital, take them to another hospital, or from a nursing home to the hospital to nursing home. That's just, those are all covered. The question is EMS, does it fall under that, by contract?
Yeah.
So.
You keep saying contract.
You don't have a contract with someone that's in, you don't have a contract necessarily with someone that's in an accident that you're taking them in.
Correct.
But
Well, you have to have, if they're conscious, you have to have the permission, because you can always
Well,
refuse.
yeah, that's permission, but we don't have a contract that says we have to take them to.
But you presume an agreement.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
You can't take them against their will.
I understand. Yeah, I would say somebody refused.
Yeah, but that's a good question, guys, because I really was focusing not so much on the initial transport.
Right.
I'm talking, because I was zeroing in on transportation between facilities.
Right.
And that's what I've spent most of my time talking. I'm not gonna pretend that I analyze one. If that's the intent, then why doesn't it just say ambulance?
That's the question everybody's asking.
Sure.
It doesn't say it's what's the intent.
73 pages of back and forth, I'm sure.
The intent's
I did not read
overreach. That's what I think. The intent is just true overreach.
No, but
I was just gonna say, this is probably both to Julie and David. What are other departments around the state doing currently?
From what we have gathered so far, and then we'll have another conference call today at 4, is most of the counties, I talked to Butler County, I talked to Lyon County, and then from what the Board of EMS is saying, is they're all saying that they're not part of this, and they're not doing anything special.
Okay.
I talked to Johnson County, and he said that their county is taking the approach that they're just having all county staff have to be mandatory vaccinated or be exempted. So they didn't even, but everybody that I've talked to up to this point is that they're saying they're not part of this, and so.
Same with.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay.
Except for those that have the home health designation.
Saline County's been the only one that has had a specific home health.
Okay.
There's also some of them have community mental health. So
Some of them, do, yeah, so they've got a specific designation listed in the 21. Yeah. And then many haven't decided, to be honest. Many
Right,
have not.
and I think that's fair to say for everybody, nobody's really, there's a few who have said, absolutely, we're not, there's a lot of others, really, they're kind of waiting to see what everybody else does.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our surrounding counties are waiting to see what our commissioners will do here.
I'm not for it. Just simply not. I just think it's complete federal overreach at this point in time. I think we spent the last 18 to 20 months developing a pretty good policy for that, and we've got it down pretty good. I don't think it's a large base of employees, so we're not, but still, I don't want to get to a point where this keeps moving forward and forward and we're stuck and we start losing more employees that we already don't have to start with. I think we can take care of our own here, and we don't need the federal government to tell us what to do.
And I do have those actual numbers I could give you if you want.
I know them already, so we're good.
Okay,
I broke it down based off the percentages, so I know where we're at.
What's that?
it's changed a little bit.
Were you talking, so the public can hear it, but
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So I just would first caveat that we have not required reporting since October 8th. So since then, it's been voluntary, right? So we just want to keep that in mind. So currently, we have 293 employees. That does include our EMS and our as needed, but it does not include election or voluntary fire. Okay, to be clear who it includes. We have 241 confirmed fully vaccinated employees, which in my calculation, and I'm sure Commissioner McKinley will double check, I have 82.25%. But that's what I'm coming with as confirmed fully vaccinated. However, I just want to be clear. I have 2 people as reported as unvaccinated in the health department. I have 11 people potentially unvaccinated in EMS, but 6 of those are unconfirmed. They're new employees who have not confirmed. So that could go up or down on that one. So that's the total impact on both the departments would be that 13 people potentially.
you said there's just 2 at the health department.
2 at the health department.
And then the 11, but most of those are new ones.
So, yeah, we've gotten some of the new ones have reported because the incentive continues to be in effect for new employees. So we do get some that do report. So 6, about half of those are unconfirmed. So I'm counting, I have to, per the state, both the statutes actually tell you exactly how to count. If they have not reported, count them as unvaccinated. So I have that 11 number as potential. Total potential 13.
well, it is a risk, however, that we could lose federal funding for both entities, right? And even though the numbers are pretty, really good for the health department, and we don't know for sure about EMS, I think the risk is really too high to lose that funding, and that we could change at any time. We could nullify an agreement if we said yes, we'll agree to that. We could, once we find out everyone is vaccinated, or we realize it's not a risk, and we can undo them. But I would go for following this this requirement. Yeah, based on the information. And the risk bothers me, the risk of losing funding.
If I could ask a question, just for purposes of clarity, are you saying extend it to both departments or one department? Or
I think it'd have to be both.
I just wanted to know, so the discussion is.
And I should have probably pointed out when I talked about people, but both the medical exemption and the sincerely held religious exemption would be the only things that would apply for someone not to be vaccinated. So, and I know there's a couple of those employees that are not vaccinated that have spoken of one or more of those needs.
And we can get that done in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we can get the process and we can meet the guidelines, the deadlines that are required.
And that's worth describing for people who are watching this or listening in. The first deadline is December 6th. By then, if this policy is adopted, anybody who does not qualify for an exemption would have to have the first and 2-dose series of the vaccine. And January 4th, taking a risk here going by memory, then the person working at the entity covered, the facility covered, would have to have their second of the 2-dose series, or they could also qualify to be fully vaccinated if they, under our policy, they couldn't provide services after if they did not have that first.
If they've got the primary dosage, yeah.
If they didn't have that, that's part of the enforcement of this, is that person would not be able to basically work at the department. And it would extend beyond, for example, if we talk about the health department, it would extend beyond the clinical staff. It would be somebody that never goes into the clinic. It's back there working on a laptop somewhere, working on a desktop. It covers every staff or employee or volunteer in the facility.
And the exemption request dates would be the first date, so December 6th, they talk about the exemption request, which it need to be submitted from anyone that met those 2 criteria.
Because again, if they're not fully qualified to be vaccinated, they can't work there. Until they are vaccinated.
So even if say 2 people aren't vaccinated, then it all falls apart, unless they're.
Those
sent
two,
home.
Just
those two, not the entire facility. It's those, the people who do not qualify by meeting those deadlines would not be able to provide services at the facility that's covered. Depending on what, if the board finds that any facility is covered.
But like you said, it doesn't matter even if they're not necessarily supplying, doing something that applies to this, to
They would have no,
patients.
even if they have no patient
Even if they
contact.
have no contact, they still.
Right.
That's the intent of the rule. It's not only is it the intent, it's straight out said. It's
Yeah.
very clear who's, if you find the facilities covered, it's very clear who has to follow.
Mhm.
Everybody,
Mhm.
everybody in the facility, whether they're a staff member or volunteer.
And the discipline consequence is outlined in the bottom of that policy, which goes specifically with the guidelines. I mean, this isn't something that we would be more severe at Riley County. So it would be for anyone in those 1 or 2 departments as you determine. And if they were not in compliance, they'd first would have a 14-day non-paid suspension, 14 scheduled work days, because that's how long it would take to get the vaccination. And if they didn't meet the second deadline, they would have a 3-day unpaid scheduled workday suspension. So the consequence is severe, and it's because they wouldn't be able to work. They would not be able to perform any services.
The theory being that they're exposing other people in the facility.
Right.
Other staff.
Right, and I think that, the EMS and health department serves the public, and I'm concerned about the safety of the public too. So people in need of care, especially ambulance, it's quite a risk.
And you heard the county kind of all over the place is how they're approaching this, so they're a good company.
Yeah.
I'm sure these same kind of discussions.
Everybody's scratching their heads.
Well, they are.
Across the nation.
Yeah, how could they not be?
Keep in mind, we've got an intergovernmental at noon, so we got about 15 minutes to sum this up.
Because And again, I haven't read 73 pages of it, probably wouldn't understand it even if I read it.
I've been on several webinars and I'm more confused after the webinars than I was to begin with. I just. Sure.
But going by what we've been told on it, it doesn't seem, the health department, I really don't see how, I mean, it doesn't list specifically.
It does not, and it has those, what you'd have to look through really is 21 definitions potentially of each of those. I've plowed through those and I don't see that the health department is covered. I can see where an argument could be made on maybe one or two, but nothing that causes me to believe they absolutely are covered. I'd be telling you that if I thought so.
But they were today approved for Medicare instead of Medicare funding, so that would be increased. Expect that funding would be increased from here on out.
What's that?
Well, the number that Julie gave you was your current number of how much she's received it from Medicaid. But as of today, the health department is approved for Medicare funding. So that again goes back to the risk factor potential.
Those dollar figures that you gave me.
And now the health department is not a high number. I think I've got it right here. So CanCare Medicaid for the health department is $24,821. And for that so far in 2021, and in 2020, the total was $31,798 for the health department. But again, nothing was built to Medicare. And then David supplied that in 2020, EMS received $510,433. And in 2021, so far, EMS has received $498,196 in Medicare.
I'd like to hear from the department heads on what your opinion is, each of you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's tough because we have our clinic services, but we have so many other services that's included in the health department. So, you know, all the programs that we have. So if it were just the clinic, it'd be a different story, but we have all those other services. And what's, you know, you have to weigh the risk on each side, you know, the funding versus are we going to be able to hire for all those positions that I have available. So it's really tough weighing those risks.
You said the other health departments.
A lot of them haven't made a decision, but from the ones that have responded to, I sent out an email last week, and from those that have responded, there are a few that haven't made a decision yet, but others believe that they are not covered under this unless they have a home health care side of things. So, and that's been only one. Saline County's been the only one that has said that. It's responded that way.
Yeah, EMS is the same way. Excuse me, you know, everybody's kind of taking a wait and see approach. But they, you know, what we've heard from other department heads across the state says EMS is not specifically listed. So, you know, it's really kind of a gray area when it comes to the agreements. And I believe it was Lyon County who told me that their commission has looked at it and said no. And Butler County is the same way. But like I said, there'll be another conference call at 4:00 today. We'll hear more. But what we've been told from our regulatory body, the Kansas Board of EMS, is that in their opinion, and I don't know where they get that, if they get that from the, you know, from the AG opinion or where, but their opinion is that we're not covered. Now, Clancy did sit in on a webinar with a national law firm, the big law firm for EMS. And, you know, it sounded like they were kind of maybe not.
They're the ones that actually brought up the transportation.
Right. So.
We zeroed in on that.
Right. So.
They gave a firm we're not sure of.
The firm we're not sure. Yep.
Yeah. Everybody's getting
positive,
which should tell you something a lot about a policy like this at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, the great thing
is being ran through quickly with no real effectiveness at the end of it.
Well, and the nice thing is, no matter what decision you make, there's going to be plenty of people that can say, I told you so.
Oh, for sure.
You did the wrong thing.
Well, we've been dealing with that for 20 months now on the subject anyway, so I'm used to it. My patience is worn thin with these type of policies when we've been working through this for 20 months and we've done it right here. I don't feel the need to punish current and future employees at this point in time with this, when there's that much uncertainty. So I'm not in favor.
Any motion or consensus either way?
As a parent, we don't have a consensus, so.
Any motion? You can just set it on there, Cindy. Thank you.
No, I'm definitely not on the health department, and what David said, I don't think, I would say no on the whole thing.
Do we need to make official motion on that?
I think we probably should. It's kind of an important issue.
It is.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we do not move forward with any type of policy on federal, whatever it is, CMS,
It's the,
IFC.
we got enough acronyms. It is the IFC. It's the
IFC,
interim final
pol-
rule with comment.
Interim final rule with comment at this time.
No second.
It's been moved and seconded. All on the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Thank you.
If you would get specific wording you want on that, Clancy, to Cindy, because it's just kind of vague in the car.
Sure.
Imagine we want to be pretty specific on this. Okay, Commissioners, we have intergovernmental Zoom at noon. Food is here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah, can I get a motion to adjourn after the meeting, Commissioners? Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, I would make a motion to adjourn after the intergovernmental meeting.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded on adjournment after the intergovernmental meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
My brain just literally Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I want to take a moment and welcome everybody to November's intergovernmental meeting. Kind of unbelievable that we have now reached basically the end of the schedule for this year. It feels like we were just doing both September and October, and now here we are in November, the week of Thanksgiving. So appreciate everybody being on. For those that'll probably continue to kind of straggle on here, it is 12 o'clock, so I do want to kind of keep us in motion, keep us moving forward here. So just a couple of quick things here first. As far as the agenda is concerned, we do have a second agenda topic after Amanda's done with her Riley County comprehensive plan update. We have reached late in the week, and this is why it didn't show up originally on the agenda, but we have gotten a ruling on our Home Depot case for the Board of Tax Appeals. I'm going to let Clancy Holman, our county counselor, kind of fill us in on that and be willing to answer any questions based off of that at that time. So keep in mind, this is the last intergovernmental meeting for 2021. We will not have a meeting next month, and then the reins for this meeting will get turned over to the city of Manhattan in Monday, January 24th. So we'll work with them and get everything established. I want to thank everybody who's on the call and will be on the call for being patient this year. And we decided to keep this in virtual means due to the pandemic and potentially having to move back and forth. So for those of you that have been wanting to do this in person, I apologize, but we did feel it was in everybody's best interest to kind of keep it that way. So, and as we get into 2022, I'm sure the city of Manhattan will be glad to develop whatever plan or strategy that they want, as far as whether we do a in-person, virtual, or even some kind of a hybrid type of model. So if there's no questions to start out with at this particular point in time, I will go ahead and turn it over to Amanda Smeller, Raleigh County Planning Director, and she's going to give us kind of an update and overview on our I guess our 2025 Vision 2025 plan and what we're kind of preliminarily planning at this point in time moving forward. So Amanda, I saw that you were on there. The floor is now yours.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm gonna turn up my volume a little bit. Let me see if I can share. Okay, so I don't know if somebody's able to give me ability to share my screen. It says host has disabled the participant screen sharing.
Are you still there, Tyler? Hang on just a second, Amanda.
Thank you.
Looks like IT is in the midst of trying to fix that for you, Amanda. So what I'm going to do in the meantime is go ahead and flip, and I'm going to let Clancy, if he's on, go ahead and give his update on the Home Depot dark store case.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd be glad to do that. We did get a result in the Home Depot case on our petition for reconsideration. We require Riley County, like several entities so far, on dark store issues, lost at the Board of Tax Appeals. We filed a petition for reconsideration, which was heard a number of weeks ago by the Board of Tax Appeals. And it was unusual, gave us a lot of hope, because the Board of Tax Appeals scheduled it for really the entire morning of argument, 4 hours, with basically suggesting that each side was going to have plenty of time to split that 4 hours and use it as they saw fit. We actually, that day of the argument, we used at least 2 hours and probably more than that, and through our attorney to go forward and address issues with the Board of Tax Appeals. The Taxpayers Council used about the outside maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So we were very hopeful, in part based on that, but also in part based on the attention that the Board of Tax Appeals appeared to be giving to the arguments that were being made as to why they should reconsider the loss. Unfortunately, last week, the decision came down and they denied our petition for reconsideration. So we are in good company, as I said. This seems to be the route these cases are taking so far, at least at the BOTA level. And we will have a discussion with our attorney, Mike Montoya, who represents Raleigh County before the Board of Tax Appeals. He's also the county counselor for Saline County and is not available until after today to sit down with Greg McHenry and I, our county appraiser, and talk to him about the possibility of an appeal. We should have 30 days to do that. I should point out that the decision on that, does mean that if we do not appeal, then we would have to make a refund on the single year that was involved in this appeal, which was 2018. And the dollars that we would be refunding to the taxpayer would be a total of about $110,000 thereabout. Don't quote me directly on the exact amount. But the important part of that is that every taxing entity who received the benefit of a levy of that $110,000 will also be making a refund on that if we do not appeal and try and get the Board of Tax Appeals reversed. And those percentages are primarily, the big chunk of that, of course, goes to the schools, but we'll be taking steps to see that the refund is not processed if we are going to go ahead and appeal. And we'll be deciding whether or not we're going to appeal, I think, very quickly, and whether we'll take it on to the Court of Appeals and try and get this, in our view, corrected. We'll see where it goes from there. I'd be glad to try and answer any questions you've got. This was a very short order. There's no detail really at all in the decision by the board. It's 2 pages only because the certification I would submit takes up the 2nd page. And it simply says there's no new evidence. From our point of view, that's not the point of the petition for reconsideration. It wasn't to present new evidence. It was to try and change their mind and have them actually reconsider the decision. So with that, as I said, I'd be glad to try and answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Clancy at this time? Like I said, this happened at the end of last week, so it's still kind of fresh and new, and the direction we need to go and all that still probably needs to be discussed at this point in time. But I thought it was important to get that out there in this particular meeting. 1, because all the taxing agencies that are directly affected are involved, and 2, there are some that are indirectly involved, and thought it would be good, not necessarily happy or positive, but at least to have the information out there before everybody left for Thanksgiving. So.
Hey, Clancy, this is Yusha. I have a question. What is the cost of an appeal? Is there a cost? I would assume, even if the county is doing it, just to wait. And if we do the refund, is that $155,000? What is the refund that is owed?
The 110 is basically the amount that would be refunded plus interest. The county would pay all the interest from the general fund, and then each entity would pay a percentage according to the amount that the percentage that they levied for that year. And this is only 1 year. The other years have not been resolved yet, and they're not scheduled. So not scheduled for hearing yet.
And I think that's a good question to point out, Clancy, is the interest and everything that's tied to that is for that specific year. And in this case, that's not the current year that we're in. That's going back, several years. So obviously that particular budget, all the revenue that goes to each one of the, the taxing entities has already been spent and played. So those are actually coming out of funds that we have currently in a budget for in a separate year. So, and it's been kind of the direction of these tax attorneys that are doing these cases to stretch them out and to put as many different stays, I guess, is that the right legal term?
And delay it.
Delay it as much as possible to get as much interest and to draw it out as much as possible, which is even amongst the decision itself, a very really not a good approach.
And it's worth pointing out, Mr. Chairman, that those, if a refund is generated, if there's no appeal taken, or if an appeal is unsuccessful, then the way that's made up is obviously through a reduction in a future distribution to the taxing entities. It's not a matter of the taxing entities that receive those distributions originally. You don't write a check. It's simply a reduction in the next scheduled distribution. it's worth noting because that was a good question that was asked at one point some time ago on this.
Hey Clancy, I have a question.
Sure.
I know about the state of Wisconsin. Are you aware of other states that are going down the same dark store theory path?
Well, I know there are multiple states that are dealing with it. Unfortunately, sometimes they're not good case studies for what we do because every state's assessment process is not uniform. So, but we do try and watch for things. Greg McHenry, our county appraiser, is basically a regional and national figure, in my opinion, on appraisal, and he attends a lot of conferences. He's an officer in the International Association of Assessing Officers, so he has a pretty good feel ordinarily for what's going on in different states. Can't say that I do, but he's aware of that.
So are we seeing, I'm sorry if I could ask a follow-up question. So are we seeing similar results in those states that we're seeing here?
Well, that I don't know, because I don't know whether those have been taken all the way through the appellate process. So it's not something I can answer. I'm sorry, I just don't have that information.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will say too that Kansas Association of Counties tomorrow is holding a previously scheduled Zoom call. They want to see if there is some kind of common response that can be done either legislatively or by sharing additional litigation tactics as we go forward among the counties. Participating in that call tomorrow is going to be Riley County, Johnson County, Wyandotte County. I believe Sedgwick County is going to participate. So, and not that this kind of informal discussion hasn't been going on, but clearly there's a need to try and present some kind of united front on this, whether it's at the legislature or in litigation, in both, probably.
Kind of add on to just a caveat to Clancy's statement there to fill in a couple of gaps for you, Director Butler. I do know of cases in Michigan, Maine, Indiana, Georgia, and Alabama. So it isn't just kind of convened to the Midwest or a certain regional approach. They're all throughout the country now. How those cases are shaken out in those states, I actually don't know, but I know they're happening elsewhere, and you can kind of see, what the causes of that are.
One thing, Clancy, I want to say, the city is having a legislative luncheon with our legislators, and I know the county does it, and hopefully USD 383, that we are all on the same message about this because it impacts all of us at different levels. But I think that message, we're probably on the same message, but they need to continue to hear it from all of us at the same time.
That's an excellent point, because they need to know that this is a problem that all of the taxing authorities are going to experience, and it's going to be the same constituents that they have in the legislature.
Right.
It's going to have a direct impact on them.
Okay, thank you.
I can answer for 383. We are talking to the legislators about it because it is a big impact to us. I think 60 or 70,000 of that 110 is ours.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they get the school district, because of the local option budget, gets the lion's share of it. So yeah, that's correct. Okay, do we have any other questions, concerns? I'm sure we have plenty of concerns. Just to answer your question, Usha, we are going to have a legislative luncheon on December 2nd. It was actually scheduled in early November, and then COVID struck, so we got it rescheduled. And if I'm not mistaken, everybody is still on board that was originally on board for that conference, correct, Clancy?
We're only missing one legislator.
Okay, so
we'll have everybody else there.
And of course, some members of KAC and some of our lobbyist people too. So, and it'll be a very in-depth conversation considering the circumstances now, for sure. So, okay, does anybody have anything else at this point in time on the subject of Home Depot and dark store? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and reverse gears once again and turn it back over to Amanda Smeller, who I think got the screen share issue taken care of, and she can provide the information she was originally going to provide. So we'll try this again, Amanda.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, let me get this up. You all see that okay? Some things here.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Amanda Smeller, Planning Director for Riley County. Just here to talk a little bit about comprehensive plans and our Vision 2025, which is Riley County's current comprehensive plan. Of course, I know a lot of you are aware, certainly aware of what comprehensive planning is, maybe have even been involved in comprehensive planning updates, and maybe we're even around for our 2009 update, the Vision 2025, when that was done in 2009. Just going to kind of give a bit of a higher level, I guess, introduction about, again, what comprehensive planning is and why it's important, and then get a little more specific to Riley County's plan, why we need to update it, and how we should go about updating the plan. Again, at this point, we're in the very, very early stages of our update. So this is just going to be kind of an overview. We'll talk a lot more, over the next several months, over the next few years. This is obviously something that's going to take some time, but definitely been wanting to get the word out that this is what we're looking at. This is what we're thinking about. So get people kind of ready and thinking about it, because lots of folks will definitely be involved in this. So what is a comprehensive plan? So a comprehensive plan, of course, is a long-range plan that represents the county's vision, goals, direction for the future. Of course, through the process, we will determine how long that future is, meaning we'll decide what our horizon year is. We can do 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It's kind of, dependent on input and what we want to do. I would say probably at least 20 years, if not 30. But again, that's something we'll talk about through the process and determine, what horizon year works best for us and works best for the community. And again, it's just looking to the future and deciding how we get there and where we want to go. One thing I definitely want to point out, where we say represents the county's vision, that's not just county staff, that's the community. That's the community as a whole, who lives here, who works here, who owns businesses, visitors, other agencies, etc. All of these folks, of course, will be stakeholders in the process. We definitely want to get as much involvement and input from these folks as possible. And it's going to be, of course, a collective vision of that community as a whole. I like to say the comprehensive plan is a community plan. It's not just the county, making this plan and then telling everybody what to do. It's a collective vision of the community. So again, we'll be starting that public engagement next year, so we can really understand, what the community wants and needs now and in the future, which will, of course, inform the vision. So comprehensive plan is, just like we've been saying, and I'll say it again many times, is a vision for the future. It's our goals, our visions, our objectives. It's not a controlling document. That the regulations are how the comprehensive plan goals and objectives are carried out. The zoning and subdivision and our regulations are what are, this is the basis for those regulations. So the plan itself is a decision-making guide. It's flexible, it's broad-based, and it supports the regulations, but in itself is not controlling, because we can make modifications to it as we need. We do currently review it annually. Our planning board, our Riley County Planning Board, will review the document annually to make sure we are still on target with our goals and objectives within Vision 2025 and make updates as necessary. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. And again, it's not our only planning tool. The comprehensive plan is the basis for most everything, but there's plenty of other long-range planning tools and the regulations themselves that, of course, the comp plan should help shape and coordinate. It's the base that informs pretty much everything we do in growth and development. So I have a plan. Of course, we've already covered some of this, but it's obviously important to have a long-range plan that outlines the community's vision for the future, what's important, what's not important, and again, how we're going to get there. It's important that we have this centralized document that spells all of that out. So we as county staff, when we administer our zoning and subdivision and floodplain regulations and everything else, when we're issuing permits, all of that different sort of stuff, we're making sure that everything we do is supported by our comprehensive plan. Also, another really important element of having a comprehensive plan is anybody can see what the county's interest is in growth and development. Anybody regionally, locally, nationally, internationally, they can access this plan to see what Riley County is all about. And again, what our attitude and intentions are towards growth and development. And as we like to do in government, we like to be open and transparent, which of course this plan helps us be as well. Guides us in the future, addresses challenges now and in the future, shapes county policies such as elements such as land use, housing, transportation. There's several we will be adding that we don't necessarily have in our current plan, and again, updating and expanding on some elements that we currently do. A lot has changed in the last 10 years. Again, not just the last couple of years with COVID, but over a 10-year period, that's a lot of change in the community. And that's just, not just in our Riley County community, but, our world and in the planning world in and of itself that we should review and see how we want to shape and address those elements. And of course, we actually have to. We are required to have a comprehensive plan by the Kansas state because we have adopted zoning regulations here in the county. Again, so we do recognize that it is important to have this plan, regardless of being required to or not. Again, as I mentioned, our planning board does review the plan annually to make sure that everything we're still on target for our goals and objectives, and everything we're doing is still meeting those. Make modifications and update as needed. Then, of course, our Board of County Commissioners will review that recommendation, to either concur or make suggestions for their own change or make requests for their own changes. Annual updates, of course, are generally a little bit more minor. I know earlier this year, we did our annual review and there was nothing that was recommended to change. We'll of course, do another one as we do early next year if there's anything that needs to change. Sometimes, maybe demographics are updated, things like that. But I believe it's been a couple of years since we've had any major changes through our annual update. And so, of course, what we're doing here is more of a major update. We're going to result in a new plan. There's going to be a lot of changes, updates, additions, et cetera. So it's a lot more involved and a lot more detailed than the annual updates that our planning board does. So a little information about our current comprehensive plan, Vision 2025. It was adopted in October 2009. The process started in 2005. So of course, it does take some time for these plans to be created and put together. Of course, Vision 2025 has a lot of really great, useful, valid information. So we're definitely not just going to throw this in the recycle bin and not use it for the update that we're going to be working on. As with any 10-plus-year-old document, it just needs some updating, adding modifications. Again, we will result in a new plan, but there will be a lot of themes, of course, we do our new plan that are very similar, of course, from Vision 2025. One of the biggest things, of course, through Vision 2025, and I, of course, see carrying on into our new plan, is the emphasis on preserving agricultural land uses and operations. Obviously, we are a rural agricultural community, so our vision, one of our main visions that came out of our current comp plan, again, is the preservation of these uses and these lands. So when Vision 2025 was put together, there were several processes and tools that were developed to help support the preservation of ag land, et cetera. And the development guidance system, including the LISA, which is our land evaluation site assessment tool, was created. And this is applied to certain agriculturally zoned properties. If somebody is looking to do a single family home on a piece of property that's zoned ag, that doesn't necessarily have an underlying ag use related to it, there's certain methods that we can use to allow for that. They do require a little bit more review, which is where the LISA comes in. It's a form that we fill out. It's a point system, And basically at the outset, it tells us, is this piece of property more suitable for development? I.e. if somebody, this is just for, single family, if somebody wants to put a home on there, is it suitable for that? Or is it more suitable for preservation? And so we look at, of course, the current use, the neighboring uses. Are there homes within a certain radius of this subject property? What is the compatibility? Is it better to keep it agriculturally zoned because it's prime land for that? So basically, it just helps determine if it's a good idea for a home to go on this piece of property versus not such a good idea. Again, it's very specific to a certain type of residential use designator that we use. So we don't use it a ton, but it does work really, really well. Again, it allows for residential development, but also the ag preservation. It really determines on a case-by-case basis what a piece of property would best be served by. And again, that's just an ag zone piece of property and just a single-family residence. So also, of course, we guide non-agricultural residential development to designated growth areas in the cities, because of course our growth areas already have, or are slated to have the services, the infrastructure, et cetera, to support the development. Again, we reduce sprawl, we preserve that prime agricultural land. So that's something that Vision 2025 currently includes, and I don't see that changing in our upcoming plan either. The other thing Vision 2025 did was introduce the agricultural protection easement. Basically, if somebody wants to rezone from agricultural to residential, after they go through that process to do that, we have them sign the APE, the Agricultural Protection Easement. That is to limit the conflict, of course, between an ag use, an ag zone, and a residence, and making sure that the people who are going to live in that residence are aware you're surrounded, or you're within a certain amount of space from a ag use. You're aware of it, you acknowledge it, and you really can't come back and complain about it and try to get it shut down or cause any kind of objection to it later. So that's what we use to help with that. These documents do get recorded with the Register of Deeds. So several really, really useful tools that came out of Vision 2025 that, again, we will continue using into the future. And again, through our update process, see if there's any more that can be added that would be of any use, or if any of these need to be modified or whatnot. But a lot of good has come from Vision 2025 that we will keep and then just build off of. Again, why update the plan? Well, simple reason, the plan is 12 years old. And by its very name, Vision 2025, it is assumed that it kind of horizons in 2025. So it's very, very common for plans to be updated every 5 to 10 years. Again, a lot changes in that chunk of time. The community changes a lot. Of course, we're going to update our demographics. We're going to note, changes in population, note that we've grown. Of course, luckily, we do have that recent census data we can use. We want to understand from this updated population, these updated demographics, if their needs, wants, visions for the future have changed and what we need to do to support this population. Of course, as mentioned before, we'll decide on our horizon year, 10, 20, 30 years. We'll do that as we're kind of laying the groundwork over the next year. And again, as you all know, we've had a lot of growth and development in our community, in the county, in the region, of course, over the last 10 years. We've had some large scale development such as NBAF. Vision 2025, of course, contemplated the development of NBAF, and now it is here. So certain things like that we need to update and address that have happened in these last 10 years. And then other planning concepts such as affordable housing, economic development, things that aren't necessarily addressed in our current plan or that can be expanded upon. Of course, when we have our public engagement, our stakeholder discussions, all of that, we will go through the plan and decide what needs to be updated or added. And then certain, technologies such as broadband and other things like that have come about in the last decade that we really do need to account for in our long-range planning. So our next steps. So I would like to spend 2022 kind of laying the foundation, preparing for the update. We'll create a schedule and outline for the update and everything that we want to do. Again, we will review and evaluate our current plan. We will see what's been working, what's not working. What have we done? What have we accomplished in these last 12 years since Vision 2025 was adopted? There is an action plan built into Vision 2025. And so we need to see, of course, what we've gotten done, what we haven't yet gotten to, all of that. Again, decide what sections need updating, need adding, need removal. I don't really see removing much, but definitely a lot of updating. Again, this is going to be a new plan. It will look different. It will be a major update. We will also, of course, start the public engagement process, decide what that's going to look like, who should be involved, how we're going to get the word out, what kind of outreach tools we'll use, all of that different sort of stuff. And of course, we'll talk a lot more about this over the coming year, determine who will be stakeholders. Probably a lot of you on this call will be involved. So a lot of that we're going to get done over this next year. And another thing that we're going to really have to talk about is what can be done in-house versus what should be done by a consultant. Obviously, ideally, it would be best to have as much as possible done by a consultant. We can certainly do a lot of the in-house, basic work, evaluating things like that. But it's much more, it's much easier if we're going to have a consultant support and help us with this. Just a quick side note, Vision 2025 was done completely in-house by staff, which is a tall order. It's a really great document considering that it was just staff doing it. And that we don't get to just dedicate our time to doing this plan. We have a lot of other things going on. And as you all have, we've all gotten busier over the years. And it's just unfortunately not realistic to think we would be able to do it again without the assistance of a consultant. In order to ensure we have a quality and robust plan, we should have some help on board. They of course do a lot of the technical work. They keep the process moving. They keep that coordination effort going. Of course, staff will be, of course, heavily involved, but the consultant would kind of keep things moving. There will, of course, be a cost. So that's something that we'll have to, again, spend next year determining what we'll do with that. All right. Does anybody have any questions? I know I kind of ran through things pretty quick.
Any questions, thoughts, observations for Amanda?
There's going to be lots more time to talk about this over the coming year. And again, I do anticipate a lot of you being at least somewhat involved, as stakeholders and whatnot. So you'll hear a lot more, but I'm definitely happy to answer any initial questions or hear any initial comments.
Okay, I guess you left us speechless, Amanda.
I guess so. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, appreciate Amanda, appreciate Clancy giving us updates on some pretty important stuff here. We'll go ahead and move on to number 4 on the agenda, and that would be legislative items of interest. And I would think right now, probably the only thing legislatively speaking right now is probably occurring in Topeka as we speak right now in their discussion on how to firmly move forward with federal vaccine mandates and guidelines and policies. So it's probably a little bit fluid to talk about that. And I think everybody will probably be mentioning that in their updates as we move forward here over the next 25 minutes or so. So we didn't have anything else at this point in time. So I'll go ahead and open it up to number 5. If there's any miscellaneous discussion or announcements or anything that we need to bring to the forefront at this particular point in time before moving into individual updates. Okay, seeing none, what I'll go ahead and do, and as I've done throughout the entire year, I haven't done this in any particular order, just other than how I've seen everybody on the screen. So first one I have listed today is actually Fort Riley. I thought I saw Ben on there. Maybe Ben, are you still with us? Is everybody able to hear me?
Yes.
Can hear you, John. Yeah.
Just making sure there wasn't something on my end there. Okay, well, for the moment, I'll come back to Ben and see if they can give a Fort Riley update here a little bit later. The second one I have on my list is USD 383. I see Eric and Daryl and maybe others from the school district.
Yeah, I kind of got caught up, so I was about 20 minutes late getting on. So if there was anything big in the first 20, go ahead and holler at me.
We lost the big one that was up for discussion. We lost our bid on the Home Depot dark store case. That's
bummer.
Pretty relevant for you guys. So yeah.
Okay, so we need to move steps in that direction. Okay. Well, hopefully that might help your legislative things going forward. I think we need to make that a focus then. But I would say 383, struggling through. It's been a really hard school year. I mean, it has been very demanding on our staff. Still pushing a lot of shorthanded staff on our classified areas. And so we're trying to make through. So grateful for Thanksgiving break. Off all week with students. Teachers are in for training today, but they should get a little longer break. So hopefully they get a recharge a little bit for the 3 weeks prior to winter break. Grateful for that. We'll say a little update. We changed the mask policy at the high school on November 1st, since they were all able to get vaccinated, or almost all were able to get or had an option to be vaccinated at that time. And it's really been pretty good so far. We haven't had large outbreaks, haven't had a lot of contacts. It's just been our normal things. We also increased the robustness of our testing process. So we're probably testing more kids at school than we ever have before too. But really grateful for the work with RCP, the health department, and all your cooperation, medical advisory, and the different entities Dr. Waite's been working through. Hopefully with the new vaccine for the younger kids being out and available and approved, I believe we had about 350 go through the original clinic on the first Saturday. So thankful for the health department and some of our nurses that helped out with that process as well. So hopefully we can get those numbers up and look at our options for next semester as far as how we're masking and continuing to push on through COVID. So right now we're struggling to make it through and doing the best we can. Grateful for our staff. So if you ever see a teacher out there, an administrator, they're working hard, give them a pat on the back, tell them you appreciate what they do, because they're taking a lot this year. They're really taking a lot more than normal, and normal's been tough enough. So that's all I'll report. If you guys have any questions, give me a holler.
Did you have anything else to add, Daryl, to Eric's update?
Not a lot, except we'll be welcoming 2 new board members in January. Jardine Coleman and Christina Lewison will be going off, and Jamie Morris Hardman and Christine Wexelman will be coming on. So probably change dynamics a little bit on the board. If anybody knows any substitute, or anybody who wants to substitute or can substitute, or even for a half-day substitute, please send them our way, because we need substitutes and bus drivers. I don't know how we're going to do that one. That's tough. I know we're all having a tough time getting employees and stuff. So just that little bit. That's really about all I would have.
Okay. I don't think I saw anybody else from USD 383 on. So appreciate that update from you guys. Good luck. Hang in there. It's tough on everybody. Next one I have on my list is the city of Manhattan. I see Ron and several of the commissioners on. So Ron, what do you got for us?
Thanks, John. Hello, everybody. Just a few things to update you on to follow up on the discussion for the city is having its legislative luncheon on Wednesday, January 5th. So that'll be a noon luncheon from noon to 1:30. And so appreciate the update on the dark stores. Wish it was better news, but we know what we got to keep fighting for. So certainly appreciate the effort that the county's led in that regard. Also, we'll have the commission will reorganize on January 4th, and we'll thank Commissioner Estabrook for his participation and welcome Commissioner-elect John Mata, as well as reorganizing. And if history follows its tradition, which we anticipate it will, Commissioner Morris will be sworn in as mayor, and Commissioner Hassall will be sworn in as mayor pro temp. So thanks everybody for that. Also, we've got some construction projects that did wrap up since we've met, and got Kimball out in the Candlewood area back opened up, and that's helped to get that reorganized. Obviously, the project on Kimball to the east between Denison and Metal Arc is scheduled to be a full closure pretty much through the summer. We are hoping that by the end of next summer that we can maybe open up a lane in each direction, but the construction would continue there as well. Kind of on the legislative meeting front in December, the first meeting in December, on December 7th, the commission is scheduled to hear the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force report that group has been working on throughout the year, that has recommendations not only for the city, but for the entire community. So that might certainly be an item of interest. And I think, at least from the city perspective, I think from the county perspective too, that we are anticipating some funds from the opioid settlement. We're not sure exactly what that will be, but we understand that, it will probably be an influx of funds, and it'll probably have some restrictions either for drug treatment or education or something along those lines. So more to come on that particular one. Then also in December, we're doing a lot of our year-end contracts for next year. On the second meeting in December, on the 21st, we will have our year-end economic development report, as well as the presentations from the Chamber of Commerce on their reports, as well as we will have more construction in Aggieville anticipated. So that's one area where we still got 14th closed at Anderson. We got Anderson back open, and those new signals there on Flash. We should be able to open up 14th Street here in the next week or two, I hope, as we've got most of the work done on 14th Street, and the signals are up there at Laramie and 14th. They just have to be, it's a period of days. They have to make sure everything's tested and working right in a state of Flash. So I don't have an exact date of when we might open that intersection up, but it shouldn't be too much longer. And then with the next phase in Aggieville is reconstructing Manhattan Avenue, basically between Fremont and Bluemont. The goal is, the plan is to start on the Fremont side and do it in about thirds and progress to the north. So trying to minimize additional disruption in Aggieville, but we are planning to do a lot of infrastructure replacement in Aggieville, and so there'll be more to that coming. We do have a work session tomorrow with the commission, and talking about refuse and trash collection in Aggieville, and trying to look at some maybe some better ways to clean up the alleys, and whether or not there might be a opportunity to do a single source contract with the city, or some way to at least consolidate waste pickup in Aggieville. And I think that hits the highlights.
Okay, appreciate that, Ron. Did either of the three city commissioners have anything to add?
Yeah, John, this is Yusha. I just wanted to also add to what Ron was saying. We have the Christmas parade on December 3rd, and also the district loop, which is by Adibus, to make sure that we're all promoting Adibus's free services on Fridays and Saturdays for the next couple of months, I believe, and to really focus on local shopping and making sure that everybody's aware of all of the events that are taking place in our community. The tree lighting ceremony, I believe, is the day after Thanksgiving, which is this Friday, and hopefully everyone can attend and we have good weather. Other than that, I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving this week.
Thank you, Commissioner. Either the other two commissioners.
Linda Morse. I wondered if Ron can tell us what's happening on Hayes Drive. It seems like there might be another, what do you call it, collapse? Is that the right word?
Well, I don't know of anything specifically, so if it's a huge
Okay.
issue, it hasn't made it to my office yet.
There are
So
a bunch of
hopefully it's just some
cones.
maintenance.
Yeah, I think it looked like there was just maintenance, but there's some cones and stuff. And of course, that sparks people's interest.
Mine too. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Was there anything else from the city of Manhattan? Okay. Seeing none, the next one I have on my list is Kansas State University, and I see Linda.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon. First of all, just like everyone else, we're watching what happens with the vaccine mandate and addressing it here locally, no matter what direction it goes in. It does impact the university. So we've been working hard to get employees, encouraging them to be vaccinated, and then working with those that are filing the exemptions and getting those approved. So, but we're watching it because it will impact the university, those that, if they continue forward with the termination. And for us, it's related to our federal contracts that we have. A lot of the research work is why it's impacting the university. Obviously the students are out this week on Thanksgiving break. Then they'll be back next week. Then, but just for a couple of weeks, and they have commencement. This is where we do the commencement before finals. So commencement is December 11th in Manhattan. Then that following week is finals. So the last day of finals is December 17th. We do have, obviously the President Myers is retiring, and the Board of Regents has the search committee working on hiring the next president for the university. So in the weeks ahead, we'll know more about that as they conclude the search. We do have spring semester that then starts in January 18th. So Manhattan will be busy with students coming back January 18th. Also in January, we have the new physician's assistance program starting. That'll start with 36 students, but that'll help us start to address, needs for more healthcare workers. There's critical need for more healthcare providers. So that's areas where we're growing the curriculum. And the physician's assistance program starts first, and then the nursing program starts the following fall. And then we're all anxiously awaiting to see what bowl game we'll be playing in. Yeah, the game Saturday didn't turn out quite like we wanted it to, but we're still bowl bound. So we'll be watching that. I think the announcements for bowl games are to be made on that Sunday, December 5th. So we'll know then. Then if anybody has any questions, that's all I have for now.
Any questions for Linda or K-State? Let's go Cats and beat Texas this weekend. That'll make up for Saturday.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Anything else for the university or Linda? Okay. Next one I have on my list is MBAF, and I think I saw Katie on here.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So just stepping back a little bit, as we mentioned last month, USDA and the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate continue collaborating to realign MBAF schedule to minimize the effects of the pandemic and delays to the overall program. So currently DHS S&T is estimating construction of MBAF to be completed this coming spring, so spring of 2022. So we're really excited about that. That's coming soon. As part of the realignment last year, I don't know if you can all remember last December, we had kind of done a realignment after the pandemic had hit. At that time, USDA and DHS had announced they would address some technology upgrades that were identified since the design was completed in 2012, as well as the installation of some USDA funded equipment as part of the construction timeline. So they moved those efforts into the construction timeline last year. And so while it was clear these efforts were going to be significant, they are taking a little more time than expected. So that kind of goes into part of the most recent time change. Also, the testing and retesting of MBAF's very unique and complex building systems, which are also linked to the completion of construction, is also taking a bit longer than anticipated. So commissioning completion date is estimated for this coming summer, so summer of 2022. Our USDA team is participating in commissioning, and really that's just another way to say a performance review for the building and all of its systems. But we are participating alongside the contractor, and in order to maintain the level of safety we need at MBAF, these systems have to work flawlessly. So it's just not something we can rush. We got to do it right. So while construction activities are finishing up, we have been taking operations over at the facility one piece at a time as part of our phase transition. I know we've talked about that a few times. Yet another way to mitigate the pandemic's effects. So currently our USDA team is operating the transshipping building, our central utility and wastewater pretreatment plants, managing operations and maintenance for the campus, as well as overseeing security guard services. So we really have a lot of team members starting to work over on campus. So we're excited about that. We do have a few vacancies announced on USA Jobs right now, including a laboratory worker and a maintenance worker. And it sounds like this is a common theme, but we are in the need to fill, we need to fill some secretary and program support assistant positions. These are really important for us. A lot of administrative work happens behind the scenes. So if you know of anyone who might be interested in these positions, you can have them email their resumes to us. That's at our nbaf@usda.gov email address. I can drop it in the chat too, and then we can get them passed on. So that's definitely a need that we have as well. That's all we have. I hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Does anybody have any questions, thoughts, observations for MBAF? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on my list. And I see Director Butler and Assistant Director Muldrup from RCPD.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner. Wanted to start out by talking about community safety being a partnership. I just recently gave some crime data results to a couple of governing bodies. I won't get into the details of that in the interest of time, but October compared to October last year, we saw serious crime down substantially, lower than the 5-year average, and also violent crime significantly lower. That's not to be credited just to the police department. It's because of the work that we do in our community with community outreach, community policing, and engagement. So I just wanted to let everybody know those statistics surprised me, because this time last year, we were still pretty well locked down, and to see crime even lower than those low statistics was not what I expected. So good job to everybody out there. Also, this is the time of year scams seem to be on the increase, so please be aware of the kinds of emails you answer, links that you click on from unsolicited emails, phone calls. They come at you from every direction, so please be diligent about that, and encourage anybody who has been victimized to call us right away. So it's not common, but when we do get a call early, sometimes we can assist in stopping a transaction from occurring through the Federal Reserve, so loss of funds could be minimized. So please share that with your friends and family. Also, lastly, just drive safely during the holiday season. We won't see you till after the first year. I hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving and a blessed Christmas and a good year in 2022. And we'll see you then. Thank you.
Okay, anything else from RCPD at this point in time? Okay, any questions, thoughts, observations for Director Butler and RCPD? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on my list. And I think I saw Craig Bender from Junction City Chamber of Commerce. Have anything to add, Craig?
Hey, John, thanks. Just a couple things. So we're doing our 10 days of Christmas. Kicks off this Friday with our parade. So if you want to do our parade at 5:30, you can make it over to the your tree lighting by 7. I know Ben wasn't on, so the tree lighting on post is 2 December. And then back in Junction City, the One ID band will play their holiday concert on 9, 11, and 12 December at the Opera House. Happy Thanksgiving and looking forward to Christmas. So thanks, everybody.
Okay. You said Ben wasn't on, Craig, is that right?
Well, he didn't talk when you called for him, so I thought I'd just put that out for the group.
I was gonna circle back to him and see if he was on and available to give an update to Fort Riley.
Hey, I am back on here.
Okay, good.
John, sorry I dropped for a minute, but
That's okay.
whenever you want me to go, I can go.
You can do it right now, sir.
Okay, thanks. Hey, good afternoon. Just a very quick update on all things Fort Riley. We got about 5,500 deployed right now, about 9,000 boots on the ground currently. We've opened up a lot of community tours here just in the last month, which has been really nice to get folks from outside the gate back onto the installation. We had a fairly large group in early October, and they were people that had been involved in the Flint Hills Regional Leadership conference that was in July that had asked for a tour. We also had the Leadership Kansas class here at the end of October. And then last week we had the Flint Hills Regional Leadership Program class that got to tour the installation. So good to see us coming out of the bulk of COVID and getting folks back around in the installation. We'll have our annual economic impact summary ready for publication in January. So I'll get that out to everybody when we have that ready. And just for your awareness, with the holiday season approaching, most of the military folks go on half-day schedule 20 December through 3 January. And so it'll get real slow here that time period as a lot of folks go out on leave and things like that. So unless anyone has any questions, I appreciate it, and have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Ben. Anybody have any questions, thoughts, observations for Fort Riley? Okay, seeing none, that was the last on my list. I want to make sure that I didn't happen to miss anybody, or if anybody else had an update of their own they wanted to give. Before I give one here for Riley County. Okay, just a few things on the Riley County side. As many of you have heard, we have 2 new department heads officially now, as we've hired Alana Parker to facilitate the Riley County Historical Museum, and Corey Myers, who will be taking over as our IT director here at Riley County. They were both in a temporary spot. We went through the full interview process and made those 2 positions official. This morning, we narrowed down 8 different firms on a consulting process for a new EMS station, EM station, and emergency management. We'll continue to work through that process sometime mid to late January, maybe have it narrowed down to the actual firm that will be providing those services and developing a plan and a strategy for that station moving forward. As I mentioned earlier, we too have a legislative conference with our legislative delegation on December 2nd at 12 p.m. It'll be here at the BOCC chambers. It was originally scheduled, as I mentioned, in early November. I had to reschedule it due to some issues with COVID. And so look forward to having that conversation with them at that particular point in time. One of the other things that we'll be working on in December is part of our annual process is department head evaluations. It's something that we do every year. So we'll be heavily involved in that throughout the month of December as well. Also this morning we did, and I think the city's done this too, or will be doing this. We did sign a proclamation for Small Business Saturday. Shop small, shop local over the week, this upcoming weekend, and out there and catch up with all your local businesses that maybe we have not been able to do so over the last 18 to 20 months, and find some of those unique gifts to give to friends and family over the holiday season. And one other item that we're going to be trying to work on throughout the month of December as well and get done is a Rural Economic Development Committee. So I'll have some work and some refinements to make to that particular resolution. And hopefully as we get into early 2022, we'll be kind of developing the members on that particular committee and start kind of formulating a strategy for things. So that's a little bit about what's going on the Riley County side. We'll have some panels and some other things and end of the year stuff to kind of work on and finish out as well. So I'd be glad to answer any questions anybody has. Okay, seeing none. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, our next meeting will be Monday, January 24th. Next year in 2022, that'll be hosted by the City of Manhattan. I'm sure all staff will have to get together with Ron and his staff and make that transition if there's any topics. But in the meantime, if you have any topics, you might just take a moment and send them to both of us. And I'm sure the city will get that all set up and let us know how they want to move forward with this meeting moving forward. And I really do appreciate everybody being patient and being on throughout the entire year and giving us updates. I always like hearing what everybody's up to and what everybody's working on. And we'll certainly look forward to that as we move into 2022. And I want to wish everybody a very wonderful and safe Thanksgiving holiday. I know we're still kind of in the midst of dealing with this pandemic, but I hope everybody finds something to be very grateful and thankful for in 2021 and beyond. And if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and adjourn this November meeting of the Intergovernmental Luncheon. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Happy Thanksgiving. Bye.
Happy Thanksgiving.